They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all bad like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the highlights for the few.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. ATP, what it do? What it do, man? Shout out to you guys. Another round. Boxing talk. Boxing live talk this morning. Salute to everybody who is in the building. It is Thursday, right? We're heading into a weekend with some decent fights. We've got Jack Catterall and Harlem Eubanks getting ready to show up this weekend. But I think the big talk probably in the city right now, in the boxing, YouTube boxing space, is probably the events coming up next week. And we talked about it in depth yesterday, but you know, we try to keep up to speed with everything going on in the space. News coming out this morning. There's been an announcement made as far as the David Benavidez's next fight is concerned. And I think we were all kind of waiting to see how that was going to happen. There was negotiations in process. Samson Leakowitz, I think in a perfect world, was trying to put something together with Caleb Smith. Ultimately, at the end, entertaining the fight being anywhere. But we'll talk about that for sure today as news comes out that David Benavidez will be fighting Anthony Yarde in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. And, you know, obviously, Samson Leakowitz had to take on this. He had to take on this as to why he passed up on certain opportunities for David Benavidez earlier in the negotiation process. But ultimately, full circle, this is where we are. We'll talk about that for sure. Shout out to everybody who is in the building. As you're stepping in the building, take a moment to go ahead and hit that like button. Obviously, to all my new guys in the building, subscribe to the channel. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I woke up this morning, man. I woke up this morning to this on the feed, and I thought how ironic to see something like this come out. I literally, my wife was up. She's getting ready. She's getting ready to head out the door and go do what she has to do. And she's downstairs. And I wake up and, you know, stretch my arms. I got about 8 hours of sleep last night. It was great. I don't normally get that much sleep. Last night was a great night to get some sleep. You know, didn't go up and do the show with Blue. I don't know. Blue didn't do the show last night. So took advantage of that to catch up on some Z's, man. Went to sleep early and got some good sleep. Woke up this morning and, you know, bad habit of mine. I probably shouldn't. They say you shouldn't do this, but I leaned over and I grabbed my phone and I said, what's going on the Twitter world? What's going on in the feed? Knowing that we're going to be doing this show this morning. Didn't really know what I was going to talk about on on the show that much, right? Didn't put together too much of a game plan. Figured, you guys would help me out, and we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. But look in the feed just to see that there's a posting now that Turki Al-Sheikh announces, and when Turki announces it on that platform and the way that he did that, you could basically take it to the bank, right? Turki's had a little bit of experience back in the day of announcing things a little preemptively. He apologized for that, and I think that was it. What was that? That was the Canelo Alvarez Terrence Crawford situation. Kind of has taken his time now into rolling out these announcements. And I thought to myself, what we heard, this may have been a little bit out of left field, a little bit the way this fight was announced, right? I really was like, well, where did this come from? 4 months ago, this would have made 4 or 5 months ago, this made complete sense that David Benavidez would go to Riyadh season, being a light heavyweight WBC interim title holder, would be open to doing business with Turki Al-Sheikh, understanding that Turki controlled so much of the energy in the light heavyweight division. I mean, he's literally hosting the undisputed light heavyweight title fight on a Riyadh season card. So David Benavidez being in that division, you kind of felt like naturally this would be where David Benavidez had to anticipate performing at some point as far as getting a shot at becoming undisputed. But look, it didn't turn out that way. Today, 6 to 7 months later, after that situation, respecting the stance of Samson Leukowicz, respecting the stance as them as PBC fighters, staying loyal to the soil, making it paramount that that David Benavidez is a Las Vegas fighter, right? He's a Las Vegas fighter. And if he fights, it shouldn't happen anywhere but Las Vegas or Texas or somewhere here. He's building a fan base up now. It didn't make any sense. And with Mauricio Sulaiman backing the play, I guess, by putting the pressure on Dimitri Bivol, to wake up this morning to this news, to say the least, was a little bit jarring, but not jarring, right? Because at the end of the day, when you really look at it with hindsight, and we'll talk about it today on the show, obviously, and we'll have the panel come up at some point in time and share some perspective on it. Either way, though, great fight, right? Anthony Yarde versus David Benavidez is a great fight. Anthony Yarde's had one tune-up fight since his little bit of a hiatus. Not a tune-up fight, but one fight. He looked okay against, I believe it was Lyndon B. Arthur, I believe his name is. Decent little fight. The guys had a history, bit of a track record, bit of a history with each other, and Anthony Yarde was able to put a conclusion to that story. And, looking for his best opportunity, this is a great opportunity for Anthony Yarde. Clearly, now, is this as big of an opportunity for David Benavidez? Maybe, right? Like, maybe it is a big opportunity for David Benavidez. Obviously, a payday getting on a Riyadh season card, but is it an opportunity if David Benavidez and Samson Leukowicz is willing to follow up on this one and, move with the energy of the division and the reality of the situation, then it could be a great opportunity. But if we're still trying to dictate terms, if we're still trying to push this in a situation where, Riyadh season or Dimitri Bivol or Turbetbiev winner or any of the fighters over there have to concede to these terms of fighting in your backyard, it might be a rocky road. Thus far, it doesn't look like it's ended up in the best way that they wanted to, right? And just based off of what they communicated to us as an ideal situation for them and what they fought for, doesn't seem like that's what they're going to get. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me do a little bit of a roll call. We got 18 people in the building, slowly stacking into the building. Take an opportunity, hit that like button, help the channel out, and definitely hit a subscribe button if you haven't done it yet. Let's help the channel get bigger, man. I appreciate everybody in the building. Keith Tucker in the building. Salute. Here for Boxing jumps in early this morning at 10:30, a half an hour before we go live. He's not going to miss an opportunity to rub this in. Says another PBC domino falls to his excellency. Tank looking bad out there. We're going to talk about Tank as well. The Tank and Lamont Roach fight and the announcement of that fight. We could dive deeper into that. Generally, I'm not sitting here trying to say I told you so, things of that nature. But every now and then you gotta kind of like, you gotta big yourself up a little bit, celebrate yourself a little bit. You can't wait on other people to celebrate you. As you guys know, I've always stood firm on my take when it comes to this conversation as far as the PBC and the Showtime split that happened, what happened with the PBC, how would this affect their fighters? Gervonta Tank Davis being the PBC's headliner, side face of boxing fighter. and these rollouts struggling obviously to come out, and what's fueling the struggle, right? As rumors are spreading around everywhere as far as Gervonta Tank Davis wanting to make the fight happen, as far as his willingness to fight Lamont Roach. Maybe he has some fear of losing, things of that nature, but people don't speak to the elephant in the room, right? And we're going to speak to that elephant a little bit more in depth in this show today. We will speak to it because why not? It's content and it's a part of the conversation. And on the back end of David Benavidez not getting to headline, defend his title on something ideal as Vegas with Samson Leakowitz and ultimately ending up in Riyadh season. I think the topic is a topic that we can speak on, right? It is what it is, right? Shout out to Here for Boxing. Shout out to Keith Tuck in the building. Says, what's up, Clay? What up to you, Keith? Hope everything's good with you, man. Glad that you can make it in the building, man. Hope you guys enjoy this content today. I think this content today may be an acquired taste for some folks. They'll appreciate it. They'll appreciate the objectivity of the conversation and the unbiasedness, and they'll respect the fact that we've always stood our ground and tried to be as objective as possible on this. But there'll be some other people who will be a little bit, they might be rubbed the wrong way with the content today, and I understand how it goes. You can't please everybody, but we got to talk about the elephant in the room, and we're going to do it today, right? Shout out to Sid Smith, says Yarde versus Benavidez will be fired. Definitely. Great fight for David Benavidez. David Benavidez is now getting into a situation to where he's become acclimated to the division, right? But the knockout campaign that he was running at 168 doesn't seem to be carrying over into the light heavyweight division. And obviously, there's a weight difference here. Bigger fighters, they're able to take punches better than, a 168 pounder. And I know, listen, David Benavidez is a big 168 pounder and even considered somewhat of a big light heavyweight, but in comparison to his counterparts, he's really just average, regular light heavyweight. Anthony Yarde, a high knockout ratio, specifically in the light heavyweight division, has competed here for a very long time. Well, has he competed here for a very long time? Hold on. Let me not eat my words here. Let me see where Anthony Yarde is. I feel like he's been campaigning here for a long time, but let's see how long Anthony Yarde has been competing in the light heavyweight division. Let's see here. Yeah, I would say for the majority, his full campaign of his professional career has been at light heavyweight and sometimes even catchweight fighters up at 192, 178, 181, 180. So he's more of an acclimated light heavyweight fighter with a lot of knockouts in particular in this division. David Benavidez being known as the monster, based off of the way he's able to dominate fighters at 168, always been considered a big fighter. Arguments out there that that's the reason why the fight never happened between him and Canelo, as Canelo acknowledged his the size of David Benavidez and how much of a threat that provided just on a physical level, not necessarily as much skill, a lot for David Benavidez, but I don't think Canelo Alvarez was concerned about the skill as much as the size difference, right? But here in the light heavyweight division, David Benavidez doesn't dominate when it comes to that, the size difference, and really his skills will have to pay the bills. They paid the bills against David Morrell, the experience and the skills. They paid the bills against Alexander Boznik. And here in a fight with Anthony Yarde, a real puncher in the division, although most people will favor David Benavidez immediately and give Anthony Yarde little to no chance of winning that fight, I think if we dive into that fight, we realize that this is a big test for David Benavidez, a test that he's more than equipped to pass, but at the end of the day, not as easy as the eyes might have it. And we got to talk about it because ultimately this is a big risk, low reward. Well, maybe high reward because of the payday, but how did that decision age as far as choosing to move away from Turki Al-Sheikh, taking the road paved for him as Turki Al-Sheikh offered him Caleb Smith, according to Samson Leakowitz, a very lucrative offer to fight Caleb Smith, and on the back end of that, potentially locking in a victory, the winner of, Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, giving him a chance at undisputed. Here we are right now. He's fighting Anthony Yarde for no title, just for the money and just to maybe stay busy and active, and not even getting the fight as a WBC defending champion at this point to have the fight in Las Vegas. It does seem from the outside looking in that somebody had to bend the knee a little bit, kind of concede to the reality of the situation. And is there any irony that he's going to end up in Riyadh season fighting against Anthony Yarde to defend that title? There's an argument to say that that's not what they wanted to do, right? That this is not something that Samson Leakowitz supported or co-signed, finding themselves in Riyadh season. in Saudi Arabia is an interesting situation, right? Very, very interesting situation. Yes, sir, Dez, for sure, man. We are definitely cutting this weight, bro. Look at it, man. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Straight diet. We're doing some intermittent fasting. You know, light work, but we're cutting this weight, man. Definitely, man. And I'm trying to lose another, probably like another 20, 30 pounds, man. We're trying to make it happen, and we're definitely getting in shape. I used to be different, you know what I mean? Trying to revisit some of our better days. Not too long ago, but long ago, right? Not too long ago, but long ago. Salute to Dead 22 in the building. My guy, Blue Blood Sports TV in the building. Yo, Blue, I know you got my text message this morning. How ironic, right? Yeah, man. But we try to call it the way we see it, right, Blue? We try to call it straight, and we try to make it easier for the boxing space to digest and process this information that we're delivering to you guys objectively, as much as people would like to push back at the idea that we're objective and unbiased and that we're just giving it to you and the truth sometimes. Look, it is what it is, right? But how ironic that not only is David Benavidez going to not be fighting in Las Vegas, and not how ironic that it will be in Riyadh season, but not even against Caleb Smith, against Anthony Yarde, a fight that Samson definitely had on lock, right? The leverage that they thought they had. We're going to talk about it today, Blue. Trust me. We're going to talk about it here today. And like I said, an acquired taste, a conversation not for everybody, right? Some people won't appreciate the conversation, but we're going to have it regardless, because my stance has been firm since I started this channel when it comes to the conversation of Riyadh season, Turki Al-Sheikh, his influence in the space, whether it be positive or negative, and ultimately the big fights that needed to be made, how they were going to be facilitated on the back end of a breakup between Showtime and the PBC. I know it rubbed some people the wrong way. They didn't like it. I don't think there was any way I could have delivered the information without it being taken that way, but it is what it is. Here we are right now, dealing with what we're dealing with, and we're going to talk about it like the name of the show. At this point, we're going to speak about it, right? It is what it is, man. Let's see here. Bubs Boxing says, so Tank doesn't need to fight bigger guys. Canelo and Crawford both can say he's too big. He's too big to be too big. I don't know. But somehow Canelo and Crawford are fighting for pound supremacy. Make that make sense. I'm thinking you might be talking to somebody else in the building. But salute to you, Bubs. Always good to see you in the building, man. Salute to you, man. Sid Smith says Tank only likes to fight like fights he's favored in. We're going to talk about all that today as well, man. Tank, Lamont, Roach not being announced at this point. We're going to talk about it because it is what it is. I don't make it a thing, but yeah, we will talk about it. Desi Sanchez in the building. Salute to you. Says Benavidez, due to his weight advantage at 168, was a monster, but in 175, he be looking like a kitty cat. Morrell fight doesn't count because he also was coming up from 168. That's a legitimate perspective and take on the conversation. David Benavidez getting that fight with David Morrell, although David Morrell was a big 168 pounder as well, was a 175 pounder new to the division, just like David Benavidez. Had a fight to where when he fought Hot Rod was a very competitive fight, wasn't as dominant as he was at 168. We got to give David Benavidez all the credit in the world for beating David Morrell, because that was a great fight. But ultimately, this Anthony Yarde fight, there's not a fighter like Alexander Voznik, who also had asterisks next to his name, inactive, older fighter, his best fights behind him, not ahead of him. Great win, but at the same time, this fight with Anthony Yarde may be a little bit more honest, right? Maybe David Benavidez's first real ultimate test at the light heavyweight division. I think it's going to be a competitive fight. Don't know who I favor. I probably favor David just based off of the skill set. I mean, I think David does check the boxes when it comes to that, but Anthony Yarde, definitely nobody to be taken lightly, has an excellent record in the division for stopping people. I mean, he's lost some fights, lost a fight to Lyndon B. Arthur, lost a fight against Artur Beterbiev, but only the most elite, only the champions, the best of the best, the creme of the crop, that the light heavyweight division has really been able to derail Anthony Yarde. This fight here with David Benavidez and Anthony Yarde, a very good fight on paper, if people acknowledge what we're looking at, right? Sorry for the feed. I don't know if the internet is messing up with me. I'm seeing freezing up a little bit. Bear with me. Hopefully it gets itself together. You know how we carry it, right? It is what it is. Salute, 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 salute. We got 27 people in the building. Please remember to hit that like button as you come in. Hit the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to do that, please, man. Shout out to my brother, Anton Zegler. Assalamu alaikum, my brother, man. Great to see you in the building. Thank you for the support with the $5 holler, saying just showing love to a Muslim brother. And, yo, I appreciate it. This Muslim brother definitely receives that and appreciates your presence in the building. Hope you stick around as we open up the panel later to have these conversations. Appreciate you being here, man. Let me see here. Des says, what's your fasting schedule? Fast all day, right? And have my dinner usually about, my eating windows between about 4 and 7, 4 and 6, right? And then I stop eating, so I eat inside that window. We're pushing it. I want to push it to an OMAD schedule, to a 1 meal a day schedule. Sometimes I do that. Most of the time, depending how we look at it, I don't eat in one sitting per se inside of a window right now, but it's been working great for me, bro. Been working great and feeling great, real clear-minded. I love operating and thinking and working in a fasted state. Real clear mind, man. Found the difference being that there was a little fogginess, that itis and everything of eating and, your body digesting that food. You kind of were lethargic at some points in the day, right? You don't notice it. It's kind of like my glasses, right? Leave it to me to go left field. But my glasses were, for a long time, I was moving around in life like this. I was moving around in life like this. And really just, it became normal. Outside looking, it became normal to move around like this. And then I went and got an eye exam because I've never been, I'll say for like the last 5 to 7 years, I've become open to like doctors and, things of that nature and all those different things. Went to an eye doctor, did an eye test. He prescribed me glasses. Now you can't catch me without these things, because the moment I look through these lenses, I could never go back, right? The moment I started seeing blades of grass and ants walking and bees flying and, driving down the highway, seeing all the signs super clear, I realized that I was a blind man moving around here, right? And probably putting a lot of people's lives in danger as well, right? As I was driving around, weathering the storm of not being able to see anything. It is what it is. And the fasted state, the way I have a clear mind, I appreciate it so much, man. I don't know if I could ever really go back to just eating 3-4 times a day recklessly, as my body's trying to digest and never getting a chance to rest, and my brain just operating in a consistent state of fog, right? I don't know if I could do that. Man. Salute to everybody in the building. 32 people stacking into the building. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. I appreciate everybody, man. Thank you, Des, for inquiring, man. Definitely, man. Let's see here. Silvstream, Sylvester Salomon. Salomon. I know you, Sylvester, but that name is just one whole long name. Salute to you, man. Let's see here. Literary Pharaoh in the building, man. Salute says the less you eat, the longer you live. I mean, listen, man, just living it, moving with this energy right now, I could see where people come from with that, man. The energy is way different. The health is high level. Blood pressure is, I'm talking about, I've taken it back to like 30-year-old me when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Just, I'm talking 116/68, 112 over 75, 125 over. If anybody here knows the significance of those numbers, great numbers, right? Great numbers. I'm really in great health, man. And I'm gonna give the accolades to this time restraint window eating that I've been doing, that I'm where I am right now, honestly. Let's see here. J Cash, the Money Man, salute to you. Shouting out Aman's chicken in my office before I start work. Had to join Brother Clay live. No doubt, J Cash, man. Salute to you, man. Let's see here. Raphael, 32 in the building. Salute to you. Going down the list. Bubs Boxing. I already said what's up to you. I think we good, bro. I think now we're just dealing with a lot of repeats, man. Right? Sweet. Great last show, Clay. Clay, hour ago. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Great take, right? So look, guys, let's dive into it here. Let's speak to the elephant in the room here, right? So David Benavidez makes this, Turkey Al-Sheikh makes this announcement. We celebrate David Benavidez getting in the ring with Anthony Yarde because we love we love to see David Benavidez fight. And first and foremost, on top of the conversation, shout out to David Benavidez, always fighting the best fights that are out there, trying his best to make it happen. And I'm looking forward to see this next performance. Shout out to David Benavidez. But we can speak to the elephant in the room, is that this fight is happening in Riyadh, season Saudi Arabia. And that is also an interesting point of topic on this interesting point of conversation on this topic. That somehow David Benavidez ends up in Riyadh season, somewhere that they've already communicated to the space they were not interested in making the fight happen at. It's important to understand that, because it may speak to a bigger problem, right? And it's kind of like going to the doctor when you got symptoms for certain things. The symptom is one thing, but what does the symptom speak to? It may speak to a bigger problem going on in your body, right? And in particular, this body being the PBC, being Samson Lenkowitz. What does it speak to? Understanding that there is there's data, there is a track record, a history on how these things have manifested that lead us to where we are now. Understanding that 2 years ago, the PBC was a company that was dialed in and focused on making as many fights as they can underneath their own banner, keeping their fights, as people call it, in-house. Across the street politics was like a plague across the boxing space. You, as a boxing fan, seeing the best fight the best was an uphill battle 2 years ago. Some may agree with me on that. Some might push back at it. I'm okay with it. We are all allowed to have our own perspective. But here's mine, right? You came here to the show. I'm assuming you came here maybe interested in what I thought about some things. Not everything, but some things, right? It is what it is. 2 years ago, we as fans were, I'll say 3 years ago, because honestly, the last year of the PBC and Showtime relationship, we got a lot of the fights that we wanted. But there's an argument out there also to say that there was a reason behind it. Being that the PBC and Showtime were getting ready to go their separate ways, the PBC putting on the best year they may have had in a long time, maybe trying to show some investors and potential networks that were interested in doing business with them something good so that they can get the best deal they could get, as they should, right? But I will say 3 years ago, 2.5 to 3 years ago, as a boxing fan, what an uphill battle it was for us to get the fights that we wanted to happen when it came to the PBC and especially cross-promoting and going across the street to the top ranks, to the match rooms, to the Queensberries, to the Golden Boys. It was an uphill battle. And in fact, at times it would surprise you to see a fight happen between, a fighter over the PBC side and the other side of the street. And most of the time, you'd probably see that fight still happening underneath the PBC banner, as you might see a top-ranked fighter come to the PBC, or you might see a matchroom fighter come over to that side, sign a 1-fight, 2-fight deal, things of that nature. Who knows what might end up happening? But the PBC was such a powerhouse that they kind of dictated the terms on how things would move. We got news 2.5 years ago that the PBC and the Showtime deal was going to expire, and that indeed Showtime was going to move away from sports in general, not just boxing, but it did put a little bit of pressure on the PBC as to how they were going to move forward. How were they going to move forward to facilitate the fights to the fans? How were they going to pay these enormous purses to the likes of Errol Spence, Jamel Charlo, Gervonta Tank Davis, David Benavidez, all their star fighters that they treated like gold, as the PBC has earned a reputation for taking care of their fighters, paying their fighters top dollars. Although their business model went into a pay-per-view situation to where all their fights were on pay-per-view and you had to pay for everything, it still benefited a lot of the fighters in the long term to be able to work under a pay structure like that. But how was the business model going to be sustainable now that they were going to move away from their biggest financer in Showtime? How was that going to work out for the PBC and ultimately for PBC boxing fans who wanted to see these fights? How was that going to affect your experience in boxing, right? How was that going to affect your experience and what the PBC was able to roll out for you? we questioned it. Me personally, I definitely questioned it as the news came out and rolled out that Amazon was going to now partner with the PBC on dropping these events. It was real gray as far as the structure of that business deal. How was that business deal going to come together? Was Amazon just going to function as a distribution company? Were they going to now support and finance the PBC on putting fights together? Was there a production deal? What was real? It was really just had us in the dark. You would assume that somebody with the business savvy of an Al Heyman, the business savvy of a Tom Brown, Lou DeCubis, all these entities that came together to make the PBC what they were, what we understood and recognize them and become used to them being, that they would be ahead of this and negotiating this in a proper direction. But as far as a fan, as far as an analyst, as far as a pugilist, a pundit in this space, I was in the dark. I have to assume that most of you guys were in the dark as well. We watched them give us, but they did give us a forecast, right? They said expect 10 to 12 to 14 fights. As Steven Espinosa, who is seemed to be the spokesman for the PBC, would randomly do interviews and give us an idea on what was going on behind the curtains, because the curtains were definitely closed on us as fans. And Steven Espinosa communicated, I believe Leonard Ellaby was part of that campaign as well, communicated that in actuality that everything was under control and that we can expect 10 to 12 fights, maybe 12 to 14 events in 2024. Don't worry about it. It might be some growing pains, but things should move without too many hiccups. We ended 2024 going into 2025 using hindsight to look back at 2024 and say, damn, they only gave us 5 events. They only gave us 5 events. What did that mean? How were we to process that? We can only speculate. Steven Espinosa communicated that Amazon was growing with the PBC, getting used to the PBC structure and business model, and that both of them were growing with each other, told us to be patient, that things were going to develop, and this year was going to be a way better year. We started seeing free fights from the the PBC, and they started off 2025 with a bang. What was the bang, guys? The bang was David Benavidez versus David Morrell for the first PBC pay-per-view event of the year. February 2nd, I believe, was the date in 2025. As if you were a PBC fan, you were ecstatic. If you were a boxing fan, you were ecstatic because you were getting a fight that you normally wouldn't get. 2 fighters like David Benavidez and David Morrell in their prime, young, fighting for you guys, not aged out, not timed out, not in another division where it shouldn't be happening. It seemed as if the fight was happening right on time. This with a little pushback, as David Benavidez at first was actually scheduled to fight Jesse Hart, but David Benavidez did what a lot of us boxing fans ask. We ask our fighters to do what David Benavidez did. We asked Errol to do the same thing. Don't let the outside entities that have vested interest in you remaining undefeated and having a high knockout ratio and being a cash cow, don't align your goals with them all the way. Remember the fans and give us the fights that we want to see. Give us what we deserve as fans for paying to see you compete. And David Benavidez did that. He made the fight happen. And we got to see him fight David Morrell. And on the back of a great performance, on the back of an awesome performance, David Benavidez had a brand new momentum behind him that built up behind him. It was a great story to see it come full circle, knowing the history of David Benavidez at 168, knowing that he struggled to get a fight with Canelo Alvarez, was frozen out of an opportunity, being that Canelo Alvarez monopolized 168 by holding all of the belts hostage and away ultimately from David Benavidez. Pressure on David Benavidez to figure out what he was going to do. He bet on himself. He went to the light heavyweight division, and it was great to see it come full circle that he fought David Morrell. Quite frankly, the only other fighter out of Canelo Alvarez at the boxing space were 50-50 on as far as who would win that fight. He dominates. It was a competitive fight. Let me not say dominate, but it was a great fight that David Benavidez came out on the other side of with a victory. Now a unified interim champion, respectfully. But still, now what was going to be the next move for David Benavidez after he built the momentum off of that fight? Shout out to $1 Trillion Dreams in the building. Shout out to Freaking Fly, my brother in the building. Walaikum salam, King. Good to see you in good health, man. It is what it is, right? What was David Benavidez going to do next? Well, look, I don't think there was an argument out there, nay or yay, a detractor or no detractor, hater or no hater. If you're just a boxing fan and processing this on the surface level for what it is to you, if David Benavidez really was trying to make his way to become a light heavyweight undisputed champion or even a champion in the division, there was a way to get there. There was a way to get there, and the way was through the winner of Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, who conveniently enough were fighters who were fighting underneath Turki Al-Sheikh. He was the one financing their careers. You had to know going into the 175-pound division that your ultimate business, the biggest business you could make in that division, your biggest opportunities would have you cross lines with Turki Al-Sheikh. Did you not entertain how you would deal with this once you were confronted with this inevitable reality? Turki Al-Sheikh did what I thought he would do, and if you guys were being honest with yourself, you probably thought he'd do the same. He invited David Benavidez out to Saudi Arabia and said, come be my guest in Riyadh. I'll get you a private jet, first class treatment. We're going to bring you to the city, and ultimately we're going to chop it up. I know what you were doing. I watched your struggle at 168. You did ask me to put out the olive branch and try to facilitate this Canelo Alvarez fight, so I understood how much of a struggle it was for you to get into these big fights. Kind of been waiting on you. Can't wait to see you. Bring over your dancing shoes. I got a great night of boxing ahead. I'm going to have you sit outside, watch this Dimitri Bivol Artur Beterbiev fight. And, you know, David had to assume that there may have been some negotiations waiting for him. And what some people might say, great opportunities waiting for him on the back end of a whatever conversation with Turki Al-Sheikh in his home city. Well, David Benavidez showed up with his dancing shoes on, and we were excited to see it, because we know on the back end there was potentially a bigger fight waiting for him that the boxing space couldn't wait to happen. Let's see how it was going to manifest. We saw David Benavidez getting into an interview. He did the interview, guys, and in the interview, he communicated the reality of the situation and how excited he was to be there, but he acknowledged the elephant in the room, being that if Dimitri Bivol won this fight against Artur Beterbiev, he indeed might have to sit to the side respectfully and allow a trilogy fight to happen between Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, and that he was more than willing to do that. And look, if Caleb Smith was a fight on the table, then that'd be a great fight. He'd be more than happy to put that fight together. But guys, I put a video out a little earlier, so this might sound a little repetitive. Somewhere in between that interview in the back room of that event and the actual event, Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol happening, something changed for David Benavidez. It changed. Whatever it was got David Benavidez on the first thing flying out of Saudi Arabia back to the States. Threw me off. I can only assume it threw some other people off as well, but what was that all about? Was a question that might have came to your mind. A couple of weeks later, Mauricio Sulaiman communicates that he's activating a mandatory, ordering a fight between Dimitri Bivol, the current WBC champion, who had only been champion for less than 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to activate this. You're going to have to fight David Benavidez next. I don't care about whatever agreements or commitments you've made to defend your titles against Artur Beterbiev. That has nothing to do with me. David Benavidez is your mandatory, being that he's holding an interim WBC title. You'll either fight David next, or we're going to force you to vacate or strip that title from you. The ball's in your court, champ. Do what you want to do. By the way, congratulations on your victory against Artur Beterbiev. Wow. From the out, for me personally, I didn't understand. It didn't make sense to me. We watched Canelo Alvarez be a WBC unified undisputed champion at 168 for years and never give David Benavidez an opportunity at it, nor did we see Mauricio Sulaiman apply any pressure to Canelo Alvarez to make that happen. We watched Jermall Charlo sit outside of the 160-pound division for a year and change and never even heard of a rumor of him being pressured to vacate his title or to be stripped of his title, as Carlos Adames waited in the background as an interim champion and to an opportunity to fight, to go ahead and fight Jermall Charlo. We watched the WBC facilitated space for Devin Haney to take a hiatus out the sport and turn him into a champion in recess at 140 pounds. We watched him do the same thing with Terrence Bud Crawford, but in this situation with Dimitri Bivol, the reality was too great that something was going on, and now Dmitry Bivol had a hard decision to make, and he made it. He picked the side where his bread was buttered. He understood and took the opportunity to rematch Artur Beterbiev, in turn vacating that WBC title, and that elevated David Benavidez to become a full champion at 175 pounds. Not the way I believe David Benavidez would have liked to become a champion, but nonetheless an opportunity when it knocks. If you don't answer it, somebody else will. I don't fault David Benavidez for taking that title, but it did throw things a little bit off the train a little bit, derailed Turki Al-Sheikh's plans, and ultimately may have rubbed Turki Al-Sheikh the wrong way, being that he communicated to the space in a tweet that he was no longer interested in facilitating fights for David Benavidez, right? Samson Lenkowitz does an interview and communicates to the space that the reason they were walking away from that opportunity is because there was no money. I don't want to say money, but he said the opportunity to fight in Riyadh wasn't that great, that the Riyadh season does not put together great events. They're not big. And a lot of people in the crowd, look at what the pay-per-view numbers did. He dismissed, scrutinized, and threw shots at what Turki Al-Sheikh was saying, and stated pretty much and tried to justify his position that as a challenger, even his sell ability, his crossover ability, his superstar fighter, David Benavidez, and the organization that he works with the PBC deemed A-side privileges and should be able to dictate the terms on where David Benavidez gets his next opportunity, as far as when the conversation comes to Dmitry Bivol or the conversation comes with fighting over there with Turki Al-Sheikh. Personally, I'll communicate to you, frankly, I thought it was nonsense. What world were you able to come and dictate the terms of becoming undisputed when you didn't have anything on your side except for a successful event that you threw when you fought against David Morrell? It is what it is. They took it the way they took it. What's the question going to be after that? The question is going to be, well, great. Now with all the great power that you've accumulated, now with all the leverage that you're using, now that you've corrected us and put us back on point, and you've recalibrated the boxing space's understanding of who runs it in boxing, now that we have taken the knee and we bow down to the glory and power of the big PBC and Samson Lenkowitz, what's David Benavidez's next move going to be? That had to be the next question. David Benavidez and Jose Benavidez Sr. communicated to the space, we're looking to make something happen with either Caleb Smith, Anthony Yarde. Worst case scenario, we'll go to the cruiserweight division and fight Zurdo Ramirez. Great. News comes out about a month ago that a negotiation was open between Caleb Smith and David Benavidez. Just giving you guys a timeline so we can build on this in the right way. It comes out that there's a negotiation going with Caleb Smith. It's looking good, right? Looks like you guys are getting it your way. At what point did that change from a fight they were trying to put together to have in Las Vegas, a fight that they were trying to put together to control the star power and exposure and the brand of David Benavidez, to a fight now happening in Riyadh season against Anthony Yarde, a fight that we didn't even know of was in negotiations? Something has changed. Where's the power of the PBC? Where's the leverage of Samson Lenkowitz? Where is their ability to facilitate the biggest fights in the space? It's interesting, but concerning. If you're a PBC fan, should be concerning as to what you're seeing happening in front of you. I don't know too much more than you do, but speaking to way the things that developed and the facts are in front of us, there's something in the soup that's not souping. Regardless, David Benavidez will be fighting Anthony Yarde in Riyadh season. This will happen. He will be at the press conference. He will thank His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh when he gets up there, like the other fighters have. You might see David Benavidez with his hand in Turki Al-Sheikh's hand, holding Turki Al-Sheikh's hands as Turki welcomes him to the fold and says, welcome to the family. Can't wait for us to do great business together. You might see a couple of things that you never thought you'd see happen. And is this good or bad? Is this good or bad for the brand? I think it's good. Is it good or bad for the PBC fans? You know, as things develop, we'll see how that turns out looking. But it is what it is, right? Let's talk about the fight now. Great fight. Great fight. Anthony Yarde, like I said earlier, a tried-true light heavyweight, a real test for David Benavidez. He's fighting Anthony Yarde, possibly the best Anthony Yarde that he could be fighting with the experiences of getting in the ring with Arturo Benavidez and a Lyndon B. Arthur and other fights that he's put together. He has the experience and he's tried true in the division and still has a lot of ambition and goals as far as getting up there to become a champion. And as far as the UK is concerned, one of the best light heavyweights in the world. Young, for all argument's sake. Fighting against a David Benavidez coming from the States. Some people might argue fighting in the backyard of an Anthony Yarde, being that most of the fans that show up to these Riyadh season cards most of the time are UK or Riyadh, Saudi Arabian fans who are probably way more familiar with Anthony Yarde than they are with David Benavidez. David Benavidez is going to be bringing his title, bringing his skills, and bringing his fan base via the pay-per-view or via, whatever have you, the television. I don't know who's going to fly out there. And he'll go out there and defend his title. What's on the back end of a victory with an Anthony Yarde in Riyadh season? I think that all depends on David Benavidez and Samson Likowitz's acknowledgement of where the leverage truly is and really how much they want the opportunity. Let's keep it simple as that. There are arguments to say that Canelo Alvarez and the fight at 168 didn't happen, not necessarily all the way because of Canelo, that indeed their inability to concede to certain terms and conditions may have gotten in the way of that fight coming together. I don't co-sign that necessarily, but when you use hindsight to look at the way things are working out in the light heavyweight division, I could see where your mind and why your mind would go in that direction. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. On the back end of that victory, who knows? But can I ask you guys another question? On the back end of a potential upset against Anthony Yarde and David Benavidez falls short and gets clipped in that fight with a puncher like Anthony Yarde, how does that look and how does that age for David Benavidez now? Was he set up? Was coming to Riyadh season the biggest mistake he ever made? Is this some nefarious plan by Turki Al-Sheikh to set up American boxers to lose their legacy in Riyadh season? How will the decision age as far as him not taking the opportunity to fight a Caleb Smith on an undercard to secure himself an undisputed opportunity at the winner between Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev? How will that age, knowing that at the end of the day, there was an opportunity there to not only make that fight happen, but indeed Turki having the influence he now has over Canelo Alvarez on a 4-fight, multi-$100 million deal with Canelo Alvarez, that would have been his best shot at fighting Canelo Alvarez, quite possibly even as an undisputed light heavyweight champion on the light heavyweight side of the conversation. A victory against Dimitri Bivol, beating a man who beat the man, becoming an undisputed light heavyweight title would have given David Benavidez enough leverage to maybe even be the A side in the negotiations between him and Canelo Alvarez. Yay or nay, however you feel about it, just a potential perspective. Here we are right now dealing with it as we see it, and we can celebrate because David Benavidez has showed his willingness to make the biggest fights happen, ultimately willing to pay the biggest price in order to make the fights happen, and sometimes that's what it takes. But where am I at with it? I think irony is an upset woman. I would use another word to describe it, but I don't want to insult women like that. I'll say an upset woman. Irony plays out that way sometimes. And seeing David Benavidez over there in Riyadh season, wow. Right? Yeah, Desi says Benavidez will be the A side over Canelo. Never. Right. I don't think he'd be the A side as far as the money, but I do think he would have way more leverage in the conversation as an undisputed light heavyweight title holder. Canelo coming to challenge him for his title in his division now, being that Canelo Alvarez is a 168-pound undisputed champion. The negotiation becomes closer to a 50-50 situation than it's ever been before. Do I think he's the guy telling Canelo and dictate? No. You're right, Desi. I don't take it that far. But I say that there's an argument to say that David Benavidez would have a lot of the cards in his hands, meaning that he wouldn't need to fight Canelo Alvarez. He already beat Dimitri Bivol, obviously, to get that title. Dimitri Bivol beat Canelo Alvarez. Literally, David Benavidez could walk away and go up to the cruiserweight division as an undisputed champion and go move on with his legacy and not even fight Canelo Alvarez. Right? Depending on how David Benavidez looked at it, he could leverage that and say, how much do you want to fight me, Canelo? How much do you want to become undisputed light heavyweight champion, Canelo? I don't need to fight you, Canelo. I already beat the guy who beat you, Canelo. I'm heading up to the cruiserweight division to add onto my legacy to potentially become a two-weight class undisputed champion with aspirations of even going up as high as the heavyweight division. If you want the fight, talk to me nice. Maybe, just maybe, right? But I understand where you're coming from, Desi. The reality is, on surface level looking in, how could David Benavidez ever be the A side to any conversation with Canelo Alvarez? But just throwing up hypothetical speculation, because that's not what it is one way or the other. What it is David Benavidez will be in Riyadh fighting Anthony Yarde and defending his WBC title. And we'll be watching that fight. We'll be calling that fight. And we'll be wishing David Benavidez all the luck in the world, rooting for him, because David Benavidez is a great fighter, a great American boxer. And listen, man, I think he's capable of doing anything he wants to do. What did Dub say? Shout out to L Dub, the boxing plug in the building. Says Yarde, Bivol, and Zerto or all retire for Benavidez. 100%. 100%. It is what it is. Let's move on with the topic now. That's where I'm at with this David Benavidez situation. Let's see how the press conferences roll out when they finally announce these fights. The other elephant in the room is that David Benavidez and Anthony Yarde seem like they're scheduled to make a fight happen in November. We know that Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney are also scheduled to fight in November. I think there's a high probable chance that these guys will be on the same card. Let's see who becomes the headliner on the card. Does it become David Benavidez beneath Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr.? A big, huge fight in the space. Two great fights that are going to happen on that card. That card is going to be a stacked card, it looks like. I'm not going to lie to you. There's rumors circulating about potential Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz fights happening on that card. There's rumors of William Zepeda and Isak or Andy Cruz on that card, or Isak Cruz. I can't. Which one is he on? Is it Isak or Andy? I don't know. I think it might be Andy. I don't know. I think it might be Andy Cruz. I don't know. But big fights that can happen on that card. We'll see how that turns out and develops as the days and the weeks go by. I'm sure there'll be a formal announcement. There'll be some sort of a press conference bringing both these guys in there. Let's see what ends up happening, right? Let's see what ends up happening. Shout out to everybody in the building. You big mad. I'm speaking facts about Tank. Oh, okay. You Bubs is in there getting the arguments going in there over Tank. We're actually about to talk about Tank as well. We're actually going to segue into Tank as well, as the conversation today will be a lot about what the PBC is doing and how they're moving right now. So where are we with Tank Davis? And communicate to me, L-Dub, you're in the building. Can you let me know, is there anything new developing or new understandings that you found in the connections that you have in reference to the topic of Tank Davis and Lamont Roach 2 happening? When is the date supposed to happen? Is there any announcements about when the date is pushed out to? What's the news as far as you understand? What is your understanding of this fight and when it's going to take place? Last I was up to speed on what was going on, this fight was supposed to be happening August 16th, the same date as Moses Atuma and Dillian White. But where are we now on that conversation? Let me see. L-Dub says, I doubted if Boots and Virgil's neck. Look for Boots to have a welcome to 154 fight in Philly versus a notable contender. No doubt, no doubt. That's what I think too, right? That's why I said rumor has it that he's trying to make that happen. I'm looking for it to happen between him and Yoenis Tellez in Philadelphia. That'd be a great fight, an interim title right there. Terrence Crawford holding the big belt right there. That's why I would look to happen for him, ideally for me, but we understand, things don't necessarily go down that way. Bakram is on the table. I don't think he should fight Bakram right now. But L-Dub, any news on Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach 2? Feel free to communicate it, man, because I'm definitely interested, and I know you're the kind of guy who has that kind of information. Salute to Cannabis Education and Entertainment TV, man. Great to see you in the building. Guys, 42 people in the building. Please take a moment, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. J Cash the Money Man says 6 weeks to promote, go on a media tour, and have these dudes flying to different cities, doing all these interviews in the height of their camp. Ain't going to work out, to be honest. 100%. 100%. And we have to talk about it in a real way, because what motivates a fighter like Gervonta Tank Davis? Understanding. Oh, L-Dub is responding. Let's see what L-Dub has said. L-Dub says, nothing new. I heard August 16. Now I know of a couple of fights that is signed for the undercard. Foster versus Fulton, signed. Great. Vargas versus Castro, signed. Great. Frank versus Rancies. Are we talking about Frank Martin? Signed, I guess, just waiting on the PBC to announce it. 100%. 100%. Thank you for letting me know, man. Thank you for letting me know, L-Dub. So if the fight indeed is still going to be not announced on August 16th, what kind of rollout, marketing, promotion are we looking to get behind this fight? And why in the world would you put a fight like that, Gervonta Tank Davis being the fighter that he is, getting him out? Thank you. Okay, Rances Barthélemy and Frank Martin, perfect. Being the fighter that he is, does Tank deserve more than what he's getting from the PBC right now? Does he deserve a better rollout? Does he deserve 3 months of building up a fight? Does he deserve press conferences? Does he deserve that? Although he's a big star and off the strength of the momentum he's built for himself, or give props to where props is due. The PBC has played their part in that. His management team, personal management team, has played a part in that. But does he deserve that kind of promotion? Canelo Alvarez, being the face of boxing, arguably, or not arguably, has a fight that he's fighting against Terrence Crawford announced 4 months in advance. He's had a press conference happen last week, 3 press conferences to get everybody ready for this fight 4 months from now. Videos, back all access to him training and his interviews. Same thing with Terrence Crawford. The promotion is through the ceiling for a fight that's going to be in Allegiant Stadium for 70,000 plus people to show up in, knowing that this pay-per-view is going to be is anticipated to break great numbers, right? We're talking about historical numbers. They put that kind of budget behind Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. Where is the budget for Tank Davis? Where is the marketing? Where is the rollout? Where is the announcement? What's the holdup? What's going on with that fight? It seems that there's an underlying problem here, a symptom, as I mentioned earlier, that speaks to maybe even a bigger problem going on in the body of the PBC. Rumors are circulating that the PBC may be having issues with keeping their deal with Amazon, and that they may be looking to negotiate other terms, and Amazon may be looking to get out of boxing, as they seem to have been disenchanted and not so happy with their experience thus far in promoting these events. There's even news articles out there circulating that the PBC may be in negotiations with ESPN to square away a network deal. This on the back end of ESPN getting out of the boxing business with Top Rank. I don't know. That might also speak to Top Rank and how successful their business model is. Maybe they're not something that the ESPN wants to get involved with, but they might, maybe they like what the PBC is facilitating. The PBC hasn't signed a new fighter, it seems, since they left Showtime. Maybe they signed some up-and-coming prospects. I'm not sure. I'm not aware. I know Carmel Moulton still fights exclusively under Mayweather Promotions. I don't know of the new and upcoming fighters that the PBC have signed, or nor have I seen them showcase the talent of these fighters on their platform. Maybe some of those fighters have been over there with ProBox, as I've heard rumors of the PBC working with ProBox in the background, using ProBox as some sort of Columbine of some sort, right? Some sort of combine. I said Columbine. Some sort of combine of some sort to gauge these fighters and get them busy. I don't know. I have no idea, right? But I can say on the back end of seeing David Benavidez end up in Riyahd season, and just to acknowledge his firm stance, Samson Lekowitz's firm stance, the fans of the PBC and David Benavidez's firm stance, as far as the conversation being David Benavidez needing or even planning to or being willing to fight over on that other platform in another country away from their fans here in the States. One would say that ideally that's not what they wanted to happen. In an ideal situation, David Benavidez would not be in Riyahd season fighting against Anthony Yarde, right? In an ideal situation, Anthony Yarde would have came over to the States to put that fight together. Or even there's an argument to say that in an ideal situation, David Benavidez would have been fighting Caleb Smith right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, right in America, right? And the fact that did he? Okay, no doubt. 122, Picasso will fight on the Pacquiao versus Barrios prelims. If he wins, we'll get Inoue in December, Riyadh season. Oh, well, there it is, right? Shout out to L Dub. I didn't know that, man. Thank you, L Dub. They've signed Dave Picasso, a 122 fighter. Awesome, right? So, like I said, David Benavidez's move over to the Riyadh season platform to fight. I'm not saying he signed over there. I'm sure he's completely still a PBC fighter, but him over there fighting on a Riyadh season card in Riyadh to defend his title on the back end of everything that Samson Leakowitz has communicated to the space as far as his perspective on doing business with Turkey and Riyadh, and how lack of experience and money doesn't control everything, and the crowd is the most important thing, and he's a Las Vegas fighter, and dictating the terms to Dimitri Bivol, passing on the lucrative quote-unquote opportunity that he said was on the table to fight Caleb Smith, for him to end over in Riyadh season as a elevated WBC champion fighting Anthony Yarde. How is that aging right now in real time? How is that in real time aging for Samson Leakowitz, for the PBC, and for David Benavidez? Time will tell that story better than I could ever tell it. Oh, I can't wait to read this. All that means play as that's where they can make the most money off David Benavidez at the time. PBC gets paid today, has a 25% promotion fee on Chrome Promotions. It's a no-brainer. Really? I agree with you, Angry Man. Why wasn't it a no-brainer to take the Caleb Smith fight when it was offered? Why is it a no-brainer now? Why wasn't it a no-brainer then? Why wasn't it a no-brainer to take the fight with Caleb Smith and leverage that relationship with Turki Al-Sheikh to lock in the winner of Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev? Why wasn't it a no-brainer then when Samson Leakowitz said that the Riyadh season doesn't sell any pay-per-view, that they don't put on big events, and that David Benavidez is a bigger star? I think it was a no-brainer then, and even a bigger no-brainer now. They weren't pushing for it. They were looking to make that fight with Caleb Smith. They put that offer out there. They put that offer out there for Caleb Smith to come here in Las Vegas. What happened to that offer? Later on, retracting, saying that he was, Samson Leakowitz, willing to make that fight in Las Vegas, in Texas, and even willing to go in England to fight Caleb Smith in his backyard. Last time I checked, Caleb Smith was an interim WBO title holder, not a full-blown champion like David Benavidez, who was a full elevated WBC champion. You weren't willing to bend the knee. You weren't willing to bend the knee and negotiate and do the quote-unquote no-brainer to fight Caleb Smith when Turkey offered it, with the big reward being a potential fight against whoever the undisputed champion would have been at that weight class. But it became a no-brainer now. I'm in complete agreement with you, though, Angry Man. I am in complete agreement with you, brother. The decision to fight over in Riyadh is a no-brainer. When you have a company who can't facilitate or pay you what you want to be paid, need to be paid, or more importantly, can't afford to pay the fighters that you want to fight against, that they need you to fight against, can't afford that bag, they can't sweeten the pot up enough to make Caleb Smith walk away from where his bread is buttered at, to have him come over, fight in the backyard of somebody else, and have to deal with low guaranteed money, big pay-per-view back end money. That's not going to work, right? Offers get made every day, bro. Not every offer is as good as the last, and not every headline you see on YouTube is true. Okay. It is what it is, right? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I'm going to open the panel up. I'm not going to make this show that big of a show today. I really wanted to speak on the topic. There's things to get done. I'm more interested in the community, in the spaces perspective on the way things have rolled out for this fight. Also interested in what you think is going to happen in the fight. I'm sure most people are leaning towards David Benavidez to dominate. It is what it is. It is what it is. Benavidez just a third, or I'm assuming you're saying Benavidez just had a third child. I don't blame him for securing the bag. Plus Yarde is crazy. I don't blame him at all. I agree with you 100%, L-Dub. That's exact. What he's doing is what I believe he should have done. I believe he should have done. And my question is, how is the decision to move away from the opportunity that he seemed to have been chasing recently against Caleb Smith, just to end up fighting Anthony Yarde a credible light heavyweight, but not a champion like Caleb Smith, and not in the great. How does it age to rub Turkey the way you rubbed him, to move the way Mauricio Suleiman moved, to speak the words Samson spoke, to end up full circle coming back and being on a Riyadh season in Riyadh? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me open up the panel, guys. Here is the link. Feel free to hit the button. Come up here. Let's build a little bit. Been on about an hour and 10 minutes. Did great time this morning. Didn't want to go too deep into a bunch of topics. Interested on your perspective on the Lamont, Roach, Tank Davis rollout. When do you anticipate hearing the announcement on that? I am interested in your perspective on the David Benavidez, Anthony Yarde fight, value-wise, timing-wise. How has the decision aged in front of you to walk away from the Caleb Smith opportunity to end up back where he's at? It is what it is, and anything else going on in the boxing space. Let me know what you think about it, man. Let me know what you think, man. I'm definitely dying to hear some perspective on it. Let's see here. While you guys are doing that, get ready to hear. I want to look at one more thing here as well. Oh, man. News keeps coming out about this Devin Haney-Brian Norman fight, man, as people seem to be leveraging Devin Haney in this fight. A lot of people feel like Brian Norman is just out of his element, man. They feel like he's out of his element. They feel like the experience is going to play a factor, and I can co-sign that. I'll be honest with you, man. I can co-sign that. I think Brian Norman is looking great right now, but I don't think he's been tested in the way that the way that Devin can test him. I think he's done great things, and he's definitely a big puncher. But at the end of the day, Devin Haney does bring that experience, that IQ, and I think that can manifest into some different things here. Ryan Garcia posts a glimpse of the healing process after undergoing wrist surgery this summer. So he had some real surgery going there. He shows the stitches, the scars there. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ooh, wow. Tiger Johnson interested on Julian Rodriguez on the undercard of Norman versus Haney. Interesting. Julian Rodriguez is coming off of a dominant performance over Avius Griffin. That might be a great fight. Tiger Johnson making his bones at 147 could be a great fight, man. Shout out to Blaze Pound for Pound in the building. What's good, family?
Good morning, fam.
How you doing,
Good
man?
to start off with your show. I'm doing great. Yourself?
Man, no complaints, man. I'm doing real good, man. Doing real good, brother. So how do you wait, hold on a second, my bad, wrong button. So where's your head at right now? Did you get the news this morning on David Benavidez, Anthony Yarde being announced? Any perspective or any opinions on that announcement? How you feel about it?
Well, it's the first time I heard it. I don't know much about Yarde, but I need to go back and look at some tape so I can, give me an opinion as far as how the fight's gonna fare out. I'm just glad that, David Benavidez is, back in the ring, like active, and, getting to that, defending that title that, was bestowed on him. And so, making it official.
Yeah, man. Getting an actual fight in the light heavyweight for that title does kind of legitimize, takes away the shade of that elevated email narrative that's hanging over his head right now, potentially. I definitely feel you on that situation. The negotiations is interesting to me to see that this fight ends up in Riyadh season, on the back end of Samson Lekowitz's perspective on David fighting in Saudi, and the events and the way they sell pay-per-views and the amount of people in the building. I think it's interesting to see that David Benavidez ends up coming full circle and ends up over on the Riyadh card in front of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Where are you at on that?
So looking at, David Benavidez's career recently, as far as him being able to get fights or not be able to get fights, I know, Turkey and them guys been paying him regardless of the metrics on, pay-per-view. And we got to really start having a real conversation about pay-per-view, man. It's over with the way that it can be stolen. And then you see that, everybody's holding the line with not putting out their numbers anymore, because that still in that streaming is really real.
Right.
Like, when you're talking about $80 a pop, and all you got to do is Google on the internet to get it free, that pay-per-view is dried up. as far as, that being like the major metric on how popular you are, or being the face of boxing, or bringing in revenue for that matter. So I think, with the model that Turkey got, however he's spending money or losing money or whatever, we know Turkey's putting together these fights that people want to see, right? They're putting together fights to where he's making them offers, both sides offers that they can't refuse, and we're getting good fights. And it seemed like he's more consistent at putting fights together than these individual promoters on their own when they go into the negotiations together, right?
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion on it. And everybody got all these theories, they love and hate Turkey and all of that. And I'm just interested in fights getting made. I don't really have an opinion on, like his personal character, what he do. I mean, I assess it, I analyze. One thing he said, like, particularly like with Bud, he had in that interview where he said, I'm supposed to be in the middle, but what's in my heart's in my heart, right? So, at least keeps it 100 about having, favorites, and then really trying to play the middle. But we all know, there's still controversy around who he favors, like Hamas Sharif, as far as what happened in that last fight. And then I'm interested to see who's he really favored with the Canelo and Bud. But he got the fight made nonetheless, and he get this fight made. So hopefully this is just the first step for Benavidez at 175, at his campaign at 175, right, to get the best fights, right? So he makes a statement against Yarde, then the conversation has to be Bivol or Beterbiev, whoever wins that, right? Because we all essentially want to see who's the best at 175.
100%. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. How do you feel about, and I'm going to pass it on to Anton as well, and both you guys on this one, question for the panel as far as Anthony Yarde is, in my personal opinion, a tried true light heavyweight. He's been fighting in the division most of his career. He has a high knockout ratio in that division. David Benavidez has always walked into most of his fights as the puncher, as a knockout guy, as the guy who's the predator in the ring. Since he's been in the light heavyweight division, he hasn't necessarily carried that same energy over into light heavyweight division. We saw him fight against Alexander Boznik, and we saw a great fight from him. He showcased his talent, his boxing IQ, but the power wasn't necessarily there. There was arguments about whether or not he had injuries going into that fight. He confirmed that it was things holding him back from letting his hands go and be as dominating as a fighter as we're normally used to see him be at 168. When he fought against David Morrell, once again, the power wasn't there, right? We didn't see him hurt David Morrell. David Morrell just got outclassed for the most part. If anything, David Morrell seemed to actually land a shot that was significant in that fight that hurt David Benavidez. David Benavidez just outclassed David Morrell. The experience showed that it was going to be a problem. It manifested in a bad way for David Morrell and into a great way for David Benavidez. Going into this fight with Anthony Yarde, a true puncher in the light heavyweight division, a true knockout artist, does David Benavidez still approach the fight with that willing to fight in the mid-range approach that he normally does, or does he acknowledge Anthony Yarde's potential leverage being his punching power and fight this fight differently than he's fought other fights? What do you think about that? Anybody on the panel, by the way?
Well, he can go because I want to touch on the first topic that y'all spoke on and then kind of go into that. So go ahead, Blaze.
I think he walked away for a second. He's muted. I don't think he's ready to tap in. So go ahead, tap into whatever you want to tap into.
Okay, so I wanted to say first, like, about the whole how we got to the fight. Me, I kind of took a different perspective on things. I kind of think what happened is maybe behind the scenes a little bit, Eddie Hearn having that relationship with Turkey possibly didn't want Colin Smith to take the Benavidez fight. So he could possibly leverage his guy to get the winner of Bivol and Bet Your Beef next.
I think that's definitely what happened. 100%.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the case is. Whereas though after that fight is done, Colin Smith is there, and then possibly his guy get a shot first, and then maybe we'll see a Benavidez versus Colin Smith for whatever is going to be left at 175. But I think this fight right here, Yarde being a natural light heavyweight, been at 175 for a minute, put up a good fight against Artur Beterbiev until he eventually got stopped and all of that. But it was a competitive fight. I think Yarde should come out and really like what word am I looking for? Really like invest in that body work early. Try to get David to Because David, even though with his size and stuff like that, he's good on his feet. He got fast hands. So I think Yarde should really, go to that body and see if he could break David down and not just be out there head hunting, fighting the tough. Because Benavidez is taller than him, right?
Yeah, he's taller than him, and honestly, I agree with you because David Benavidez always comes to the fight with the conditioning, the gas tank, and Anthony Yarde has been known to kind of fade a little bit in the later rounds.
Exactly.
In reality, David Benavidez is going to want to test that conditioning for Anthony Yarde. It's going to be interesting to see the adjustments that Anthony Yarde does to kind of like prevent that from happening. I think there's an argument there to say that Anthony Yarde ideally would want to stop David Benavidez, but ultimately that conditioning, testing David Benavidez to the body, making David Benavidez weather the storm of his power as soon as possible. His key to success is probably making this into a fight as soon as possible. David Benavidez loves the fight, loves to mix it up. But like I said, I don't know if he's been tried true from a real puncher in the light heavyweight division yet. He doesn't carry that same monster energy he did at 168 into 175. Anthony Yarde, in my personal opinion, is David Benavidez's first real light heavyweight that he's fighting against. I give Alexander Boznik all his respect, but I felt like he's a fighter who was on his way out the door. I felt like his biggest fight was, the resume was great. His only loss he took before getting in that ring with David Benavidez was against Artur Beterbiev, former undisputed light heavyweight champion. That's a great fight to have on his resume, and on paper looked great for David Benavidez. But I think we caught a fighter who was on his way out the door. David Morrell, the experience wasn't there, and also was at 168, came up with David Benavidez. This fight right here is going to be a fight that kind of lets us know, and it's going to be a real litmus test on who David Benavidez really is going to be in the light heavyweight division. Shout out to Too Rich in the building. My God, Too Rich. How you doing, family?
Hey, what's going on, Clay? Panel. Yeah, man, it's a good fight, man, against Yarde, man. I like Yarde, but all the muscle he normally gasses. But David Benavidez before, when he was at 168, even when they first was talking about David Benavidez versus Canelo, I actually thought Canelo would win that fight because I thought Benavidez got hit too much. I know he was doing his macho thing, and he probably didn't think nobody could hurt him. But when he fought Morrell, he did get dropped in that fight. So I just wonder what's the Yarde can have a little power, so I just wonder how David is going to take the power. Like you say, at 165, he's becoming a better boxer because he's not knocking guys out. So I think this fight is more interesting. I know people going to just pick David Benavidez off the muscle, but I think it could be a tricky fight, man. It's a good fight. It's a good matchup. And man, this another just part of the turkey. I call it the turkey turn up, man. Turkey is making some great matchups. People can say, "Oh, you're not getting the fights that you want," but you're getting great matchups, man. I think this is another great matchup to watch.
I agree with you 100%. And I want to take an opportunity also to speak to what Anton was saying earlier, which I thought was a great point, man, as far as Eddie Hearns really, playing chess, not checkers when it comes to the career of Caleb Smith. And, capitalizing and leveraging every bit of momentum Caleb Smith has been able to manage over the past couple of fights, two specific fights, the one that he had with Joshua Buatsi and in the fight I can't remember the fight he had before Joshua Buatsi. Jesus, what was that fight?
Fort Beterbiev.
No. That wasn't the fight before Joshua, was it? No, he had a fight before that. He had a knockout. He knocked somebody out. It was
Oh yeah. Damn.
What was his name? Hold on a second here.
I would have to look it up. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I don't want to say an awkward. Let me see here. Is this who I need to see? Yes. It was against Carlos Galvin, and he TKO'd him in the 5th round in an 8-round fight. And coming off that Artur Beterbiev loss, he was able to, he was talking about retirement, right? So now him being in the conversations of getting a potential fight between the winner of Dimitri Bivol, Artur Beterbiev as an interim title holder, I would expect Eddie Hearn to move that way. Eddie Hearn did the right thing, and honestly, I tried to stay out of it. But if Ray was up here, he'd tell you I called that. This was what was going to happen. That Eddie Hearn wasn't going to allow Caleb Smith to get tricked out of his position to get that big fight with Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. I didn't believe that. I believe that the negotiation was not going to happen. What I did think was going to happen and didn't happen was I thought Caleb would maybe get in the ring with Anthony Yarde and have that home field, money, that big payday, and stay in the grace of Turkey Al-Sheikh. I was kind of honestly shocked to hear that Anthony Yarde and David Benavidez, that fight was made. I thought David Benavidez might have even gotten frozen out of the conversation in light heavyweight. And I thought he was getting ready to make the biggest mistake I think he could have made in his career, and that's go up to cruiserweight to fight Zurdo Ramirez. I think that could have potentially ruined his opportunities at 175 because I think the body was going to have a hard time adjusting going up 25 plus pounds to fight in the cruiserweight division, 200 pounds, and then cutting weight and coming all the way back down to 175 to fight the best fighters at 175. But it didn't shock me when I use hindsight to say that ultimately what it came down to was Caleb Smith is going to lock in his position, and that the only way David Benavidez was going to be able to get an opportunity to do something significant in that division was by, in fact, conceding to, and some people might say taking the knee to, including Samson Leakowitz in this conversation, to the fact that you're going to have to do business with Big Turk. And Big Turk controls the pulse and controls what the algorithm says in the light heavyweight division. He controls everything. Light heavyweight runs through Riyahd season, and through his grace, he may give you a fight in your home state of Las Vegas or a fight in America, but it definitely would not shock me for him to do what he did, which is bring David Benavidez over to Riyahd season to compete. Let me ask the panel this though: hindsight, how do you look at the decision that was made by Samson Leakowitz and David Benavidez to move away from the table when Turkey offered them Caleb Smith? And according to Samson Leakowitz, a lucrative offer to fight Caleb Smith, and potentially a fight that could have maybe even locked in an opportunity for him to get in the winner between Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. Shout out to Anton Zegler who put it out there and highlighted the fact that Caleb Smith is clearly in that conversation. Is it not practical to think that if David Benavidez would have been Caleb Smith, that he would have been a shoo-in for that fight? And how does that decision, looking back at it, age now?
Absolutely, he would have been probably the next catalyst for that fight, because the way Eddie is looking at it is David Benavidez has more time in front of him in boxing than Caleb Smith does. Caleb is a vet. He's been around for.
What's going on, man? I got lost connection a little bit there.
Well, I say this, man. It was ego. Just a dumb mistake. It's that trying to rival Turkey stuff and not really making a good business decision. You know what I mean? So I think they tried to play the loyalty card, and I also think it kind of gives a tell to maybe the PBC got some problems. Maybe they can't get David Benavidez to fight C1. I think he only made $2 million against Morrell, when he can get a lot more money in Saudi. So it was a matter of time, and Lukowicz got egg on his face now, but it was just a matter of time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it ages. I think it ages like milk. You know what I'm saying? Not like wine. The decision was not a great decision, and here he is now fighting against Anthony Yarde. And like you said, and we could dive deeper into it as far as acknowledging that this fight is going to be more competitive, I think, than people think it's going to be. I mean, Anthony Yarde comes in the ring clearly with his he clearly comes into the ring with his issues. Conditioning, like I stated and you stated earlier, was one of them. He's got a lot of muscle, and that blood gets to moving around, and usually around 8th round, right? 7th, 8th round, he starts to show wear and tear. Every now and then you'll see Anthony Yarde get a second wind, but very rarely. He usually just pushing through, but still a tried true puncher in the light heavyweight division, and probably David Benavidez's biggest threat that he's ever been in the ring with. David Monroe gets the respect of being who he is, but he still was a super middleweight coming up to light heavyweight, and honestly didn't have the experience that David Benavidez has. Is there an argument there too, Rich, as far as who is the most experienced fighter? Is David Benavidez the most experienced fighter coming into this fight? I didn't do my research.
I'm not. I think it's easy to think that he is, but I think Anthony Yarde has, comparable experience. But one thing I noticed in the Morrell and Benavidez fight, Morrell originally was at 175. He came down to 168, and Morrell was noticeably bigger than Benavidez. And you could see the effect of the shots that Morrell landed on Benavidez. You could see Benavidez being affected. Not that he was getting beat up or anything, but you could just tell he was getting affected by those shots. And as he moves up in weight, it's almost like he's getting smaller or more narrower. And then when we look at that picture with him and Devin Haney in the same picture, he wasn't that much bigger like people think he was in Devin Haney. So I think it's a situation where Benavidez is going to be a little bit smaller. Anthony Yarde is a true, pretty much a 175, and he's stocky. I wonder how Benavidez takes the power. I would say favor Benavidez, no doubt about it, but I think it could get tricky because we're giving credit to Benavidez for something he ain't really done yet. We got to see what he looked like at 175. This is his first real test, like you said.
Yeah, kind of what I was saying before somebody called. My phone just been ringing these last 2 days. That's what happened yesterday.
Popular
My phone
guy,
never
man.
even ring, man. Like Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. As far as experience wise, I feel like Yarde got some pretty good experience too, man. Like I feel like he's fought some good styles, different styles, mixing it up with Benavidez. I think he has the experience as far as acclimated to the weight class. Now, him being at 175 longer, like I think he has that over Davis. Whereas though he's probably, good with his weight cuts, his nutritionist or whatever he does. I never really seen him like out of shape, but carrying around all those muscles and stuff like that, he tends to gas out and all of that. So I just think, man, he gotta kind of really go in there, pick his spots, invest in that body, try to break David down, and you know, possibly we could see a good fight. But experience wise, I think as far as like opponents, I think they fought good competition, both of them. So I would just give Yarde the edge on the being acclimated to that weight class. I used to tell people all the time during the Spence and Crawford build up, like if Spence would have probably fought Crawford right after Joe Horn, probably would have been a different situation. Once Crawford got acclimated to that weight class, it was over. I picked Crawford, so it was like, just see how the fight play out. But I think they both got like similar experience, like in the ring.
I agree. I think that I don't know. I gotta look into it. I didn't look into it before. Hold on one second here. Let me open this up here because I'm actually trying to look right now as we speaking on Anthony Yarde's resume. I mean, he's sitting at 27 wins, 24 knockouts. Where's David Benavidez's record at? Let me pull it up here.
They're 20.
Ain't nothing like having Google at your fingertips. Different day, right? Than 20 years ago. You can kind of get right to the meat of it. Don't got to beat around the bush guesstimating. Hold on a second here. Benavidez. All right, let's see here. He's sitting at 30 wins, 24 knockouts. So they have comparable records. Obviously, Anthony Yarde has 3 losses, two by stoppage, one being against Artur Beterbiev, clearly. A split decision with Lyndon Arthur, and also got stopped by Sergey Kovalev. This back in 2019, right? But still sits with an 88.89 or 89% knockout ratio. He's been tested. I think he's been more tested, being that he's been fighting at light heavyweight. Do you feel like David Benavidez has ever really been tested at 168?
Me personally, no. And all of them guys you just named with Yarde, they all punchers.
Right.
All of them dudes you just named as punchers. Kovalev, Beterbiev,
Lyndon B. Arthur.
They all punchers. I feel like at 168, to me, I thought his test was going to be Demetrius Andrade. Just one of my favorite fighters. I want to see him fight Caleb Plant, but Demetrius Andrade getting that fight so late in his career and then having to move up, having the fight at 168, his gas tank wasn't really there and he was getting hit with some big shots. But you got to say what Caleb Plant, Darrell, I don't.
And those guys were tests, but they were testing a different way than what Anthony Yarde is going to test them on. They were testing more right? Skills, IQ, his
Yes.
ability to overcome movement and things of that nature. He showed his ability to cut the ring off and do things of that nature. But, as far as a puncher is concerned, I don't know if I've ever seen David Benavidez actually been tested in a ring with a real puncher. Shout out to my brother, man, from DC. I ain't talked to this dude in a minute. I know. Knowing Dub, he's probably looking at me with the side eye right now because I ain't talked to him in a minute. But we'll talk about that another time. Dub in the building here, DC. Look at him smile. Look at him smile. He like, damn well we finna talk. But but Dub in the building, man. What's good with you, Dub? How you feeling?
What's up, man?
Chill, man.
I had to get on here because I just can't believe y'all, man.
Oh, what about what?
I can't believe this panel, man.
What's going on? Talk to
What
us.
we do? What we do?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Riyahd and PBC paying y'all to hype the fight up or something. I don't know. But
So
do y'all honestly think?
Mhm.
Do y'all honestly think that Yarde and Benavidez is going to be a difficult fight? Remember, styles make fights too. Do you honestly think that Anthony Yarde and David Benavidez, that's the level of Yarde and David Benavidez fight is like on the same level as Ryan Garcia when he fought Tank. It's on that
Elaborate.
level. And everybody, majority felt like Tank was gonna beat him. Even if we put the rehydration clause and all that. Did you hear what Rolly and what's the name said about that fight? Even without the rehydration clause, did they feel like Shakur and what's the name said? Even without the rehydration clause, they felt like it's levels to everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's levels when we talking about IQ. You know what I'm saying? When we talking about boxing ability, you talking about Anthony Yarde. Just think about it. You talking about Anthony Yarde, and we talking about David Benavidez. So then let's take David Benavidez out the equation, and we put
Can
Anthony.
I ask you something before you go any deeper? You disagreed with us about something. I don't know what it is yet, but it sounds like
I'm about to tell you why I disagree with y'all. I disagree with y'all as when one of the it wasn't you, but somebody on the panel said that this is going to be his hardest test that he hasn't fought a puncher. I don't know which one I'm saying, but one of them
that's what I
said
said. I think it's going to be the hardest puncher that he gets in the ring with, and maybe his hardest test. I don't know if it's going to be his hardest test, but it's going to be the hardest puncher. That's what I feel.
This fight, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think this fight even goes 12. Now, hold up. Now, the first, because a lot of panel don't know me. So we're gonna say this, Claymore. A lot of times, am I right?
No, I know you.
Am I right? A lot
No,
of
you
times,
got
Claymore.
great perspective, bro. You definitely got a good grasp on this boxing.
First off,
yeah,
we got to look at the activity of both of them. Look at both of them active. This is gonna be the big difference. The huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
The only way Yarde wins this fight is if he knocked David Benavidez out. If he can knock David Benavidez out within the first maybe 6 to 7 rounds, then yeah, Yarde can win the fight. But as far as him winning the fight overall, this is gonna be a one-sided fight. You're gonna have a fight that's trying to counter, load up on his punches and sit down on his punches while he's trying to counter. And you're gonna have a fighter that's walking forward, throwing 1,000,001 punches at one time.
Right.
It's not gonna be. I mean, it's good to try to hype the fight up, and hopefully, some people be like, man, maybe Yarde will beat him. But to me, I feel like it's a one-sided fight. I don't feel like, and I watched Anthony Yarde, and I kind of like Anthony Yarde. He's not a bad fighter, but to fight someone like David Benavidez, who who can hit, and he throws 1,000,001 punches. Once he sees the opening, he let his hands go, and he punches in between your punches. So if he gets hit and he doesn't respect your power, he's gonna start unloading. We watched that against Tyron Davis. We watched that against when he just fought, what's the name?
David Morrell.
Dave Morrell. You heard what he said at the press conference. He said once I caught it with my hand, he said I caught it on my glove to see what he was packing, and he said, "Man, I can take that." And he started unloading punches. He got hurt twice in that fight.
Yeah. Who?
David Morrell. I mean David Benavidez.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
both got hurt in the fight, but
I didn't see David Morrell really get
got
hurt.
twice.
But let me ask you a question, right? Because I agree with your whole entire take. I think our takes are very similar. If you heard my take, I don't know when you came on, but that's basically what I said, right? Was that Anthony Yarde, he's gonna have to look to do something early in his fight. He's known to have the conditioning issues. And yeah, I agree with you with the activity as well. He's just coming back. I don't know what kind of back and forth arbitration was happening between Anthony Yarde and Queensberry. I'm hearing there was some things going on in the background that kept him inactive for a little over a year. He made his return fight and he looked in that fight, right? Like he didn't even look special in his last fight. But still, Anthony Yarde, I think I'm giving him the respect. And it's not off the strength of building up the fight, but maybe it is, right? And I think part of me feels like listen, I want to say I think part of my job is to do that, is to give the interesting things of the fight that can make the fight intriguing. That's what I do, right? I'm going to give you the positives on both sides, but I mean, I favor David Benavidez to win the fight. But if Anthony Yarde is going to win the fight, and I think he's going to, at a minimum, be a great dance partner. I think he's going to provide a dance partner for David Benavidez to continue his reputation of being part of the most exciting fights, right? I think Anthony Yarde won't sway away from this opportunity. He'll fight David Benavidez. He'll test David Benavidez, and David Benavidez will add to his reputation of being the great fighter that he really is. But still, when you're dealing with a puncher in the light heavyweight division, a tried true puncher, somebody who has a high knockout ratio at 175, there are questions there as far as David Benavidez's power transferring or translating into the light heavyweight division. Has it done it yet? No, I don't think personally I've seen it translate yet. He had a great showing against Alexander Voznik, but I think there was more skills that were paying the bills. He showed his ability to adjust. He had some injuries going into that fight. I'm not demanding that he knocks people out, but if there's going to be a space for this fight to be competitive, I would say that the true power of Anthony Yarde the tried true power of Anthony Yarde in the light heavyweight division is going to be David Benavidez's real test in this fight. And it's going to be Anthony Yarde's best chance at getting a victory in the fight.
How many fights has David Benavidez had at the light heavyweight division? Two, right?
Two.
Okay.
And against questionable opponents for whatever reason.
Okay, so now they questionable opponents. But
no, I'm just being honest. I'm not saying, but hold on. Hear what I mean when I say questionable. What I'm saying is you have Alexander Voznik, who was inactive for a little over a year. His biggest fight being against Artur Beterbiev. The only loss he had, a great fighter, but inactive, just like we're using to use against Anthony Yarde. And then we had David Morrell, a fighter who was brought up from 168, who was coming off of a pedestrian performance against Hot Rod. Great victories as far as I'm concerned, legitimate. I don't want to dismiss them, but I do separate Anthony Yarde from the conversation, being that he is the younger, punching threat, motivated. He's the first, in my opinion, at light heavyweight for David Benavidez. I think David Morrell and litmus test for David Benavidez being an elevated WBC champion, his first title defense. I think it just holds a little bit more weight.
But you don't think that every time that he fights, right? Every time he fight, we say that this fight gonna be the bigger test. This fight gonna be. I believe that David Morrell was a bigger test than Anthony Yarde. I believe
David Morrell comes with the experience question, right? That's what was going on to this fight. I know, I understand where you're coming from.
The Cuban that had footwork, that can punch, that can
with no
box,
experience,
huh?
And he didn't come with the experience. He didn't have the experience. Even David Morrell.
Why you say that? He had 300 amateur fights.
No, but professional fights going into that fight, the argument was David Morrell's experience was going to play a bad part for him in this fight with David Benavidez. A. B. David Morrell has done the interview. Ronnie Shield has done the interview, and they both shared the perspective that, my fighter just wasn't used to being in there and wasn't following the game plan all the way, that David Morrell didn't stick to the game plan they had going into that fight, that he got punched and changed his mind and had a different approach to the fight. And that was because of the experience. He didn't know how to deal with the adversity.
Against David Benavidez, but we can flip flop this, right? Mm-hmm. Lomachenko had 400 amateur fights. When he came to the pros, did he look like a pro or did he look like an amateur?
Who?
Lomachenko.
Listen, bro, we can't compare. It's apples and oranges. Lomachenko had a successful career coming in that way.
But I'm saying his first.
Andy Cruz. We watching Andy Cruz right now at 5-0. You know, coming with the same type of story and doing his thing.
We can't give him excuses though. What I'm saying is Lomachenko's third fight, he fought for a title.
Yeah, and he also lost early.
It's not about excuses. It's about intangibles.
Yeah, he did, but then he beat arguably the best featherweight there was at the time.
Russell. Yeah, I mean,
that was undefeated with no losses.
Yeah, Gary Russell. Shout out to him. He's got a fight coming up too as well. By the way, salute to Gary Russell Jr. Man, he seems like he's about to make his return to the game. But I agree with you, right? I think David Morrell is a great fighter, and it was a great fight for David Benavidez, and I give him a lot of respect for it. But looking forward and saying that he's now getting ready to fight Anthony Yarde, I think there's an argument there to say that it's a step up. I think there's an argument to say that Anthony Yarde is a more tried-true light heavyweight, a more tried-true puncher in the light heavyweight division. And I think that's one more thing for David Benavidez to overcome, accomplish a great dominating victory over, and it would add to his reputation and to his resume of the kind of fighter he is. I think that's what Yarde brings to the table for David Benavidez. He sure in the hell doesn't bring a belt. He sure in the hell doesn't bring a payday, except for the fact that Turkey Al-Ashik is going to give him a big payday off of it. So what does he bring to the table? And in essence, if he brings nothing, then this fight is a complete waste of David Benavidez's time.
He brings the Spurs out of the division.
It is what it is. Shout out to Ant McQueen in the building. Ant, how you doing, family? Oh, hold on a second, Ant. Good to hear that. Before I do that, let me not go over Coach Eddie, man. He was actually here before Dub, and I kind of love it a bit. He's always so good. If I was Coach, I'd be flipping. Like, yo, bro, I know you see me sitting here. Shout out to Coach Eddie in the building. Coach, how you doing, man?
Oh, everything's good, brother. Salute to you, brother, and salute to everybody on the panel. No, I just sit back and just listen and observe, man. You got to watch the room, so to speak. But I think, like I said, the Anthony Yarde fight, Benavidez fight, I like to fight. Anthony Yarde does bring the essence of experience. He brings the resolve, knowing that you've been in with guys like Beterbiev, Kovalev, even Lyndon B. Arthur, which was kind of like a guy that can box and move. He has a lot of experience, so that's going to give him more confidence, in my opinion. Another thing that people are failing to realize, too, a lot of David Benavidez's best work was at 168, that's where he reigned for a long time. But a lot of those guys that he fought were guys that were basically started off at 54 and 60. They were coming up. He always had a huge advantage over them guys, was basically size, and he basically just steamrolled a lot of those guys pretty much. This is not going to be the factor with Anthony Yarde. Anthony Yarde has shown an ability to push a guy back and also to smother punches. Anthony Yarde is good at laying on you and smothering your work. He wears you down. That's how he was able to wear down Lyndon B. Arthur the second time they fought. He wore him down. And I think the physicality, not only that, he has a Philly shell that he uses pretty decent. His defense is okay. It's underrated. His body is his armor, so to speak. His shoulders, his traps, his everything. He uses his body as his armor. So David Benavidez is going to have a hard time with this guy, man. Benavidez has a type of skin; it busts up pretty easy. You can see he lumps up pretty easy. He marks up pretty easy, and Yarde does have enough power to definitely get his respect, and to possibly even put him down. I know it's possible. Man got a lot of knockouts, man. So it's going to be a stern test. I think that Yarde, his only concern with me that he does tend to gas, and there is a potential to get outworked, but with the smothering effect that he does, have, they're able to, if he can put David on the back foot and smother him and make him work off the ropes, and he can take a lot of steam out of David gas tank. I think he can do that. And also he has underrated body work. He got little sneaky shots. He'll stick him in there from time to time. So it's a good fight, man. It's a good fight. You can almost call it a pick'em fight, to be honest, man. If you really just want to be all the way, in my opinion, I think it's kind of like a pick'em fight. Maybe it depends on which Anthony Yarde shows up and his conditioning.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I was going to say that I'm glad that you stated that. I was going to add to it and say, yeah, it depends on the Anthony Yarde that comes into the ring. And, a lot of these fights, man, what the big thing about these fights is these fighters being honest with themselves, right? Like these fighters need to be honest with themselves on who they are, their strengths and their weaknesses, and trying to, somebody, for example, like a Deontay Wilder, who seems to have faded away from the idea that what he brings to the table is that right hand, and adopting this new approach that I'm going to box you and I'm going to take my time and I'm going to work on this jab and work on my foot movement and do all this. It's just like, yeah, okay, that's great. Bring that into your toolbox. Add it to the fact that the meat and potatoes, though, is that right hand, and you need to be delivering it with bad intentions and consistently enough to where you raise the odds of you landing it, right? The same thing with Anthony Yarde. As he gets into this fight with David Benavidez, who are you going to be? Do you think you can outbox David Benavidez? Do you give David Benavidez the respect he deserves as being probably the superior boxer to you? Do you give him the respect as being the guy who brings that conditioning and that punch volume to every round? And how do you get your victory facing that math problem? How do you solve that math problem with what you actually bring to the table? If you commit to what you do to the table, it raises your chances of winning the fight. It also puts you in a position to lose, obviously. As you're punching, you can get punched. David Benavidez is a great counter puncher, but at the end of the day, what you do is what you do. And changing your stripes or changing your game in the ninth inning might not be the best way for you to get to a victory. Shout out to Ant McQueen in the building. Ant, how you doing today, brother?
I'm good, man.
No doubt, man. Great to have you up on the panel, man. I'm dying to hear your perspective on the topic.
I think at his best, man, at his best, Anthony Yarde still comes up short. I think he's just one of those guys. I don't know if he's cursed, if he's hexed, or I don't know what the heck is going on with the guy. But every time, man, against Kovalev, he did well, faded, got hit with a jab, and was just sprawled out. Was just too tired to continue. Against Beterbiev, boxed fairly well. Beterbiev set a nice little trap, walked him into a right hand. It was all she wrote. And then the first Lyndon Arthur fight, that should have been a far easier fight for him. But it just wasn't. I think part of it may be the muscles and everything. He's a big, muscular guy. He appears to be slimming down a little bit. He's got decent boxing skills, but I just think that David Benavidez is too sharp, too perceptive, too intuitive of a fighter for a guy like Anthony Yarde. That guy is the very definition of economical. Like, he does not waste anything. You watch the way that he can not only find openings, but he'll create them. You can't do anything but for so long as far as like operating out of a specific guard. Seeing the way he was paling my man David Morrell, crazy. First round, 3 consecutive pails. I'm like, when is he gonna adapt to this? The dude is just sharp, man. The dude is sharp. I think he's a far better boxer than he's given credit for.
Yeah. I mean, people aren't giving David Benavidez his credit as far as how sharp and how much a good boxer he is. They need to watch him more, right? One thing's for sure, 2 things for certain. David Benavidez comes in with talent. He usually has more talent than whoever he's in the ring with. He shows improve. And if the Caleb Plant or the Andre Durrell or the was it Andre or Anthony Durrell? Sorry, with that fight. Anyway, Durrell. These fights that he got into the ring with, even with Alexander Bozanik, if you didn't see the IQ, the pedigree, his ability to adjust, those fights expose that about him, right? The fights where his power wasn't what won the fight, that his accuracy and his IQ is what won him the fight. I think he's tried true in that way, and he's going to tap into that bag against Anthony Yarde. Or if he doesn't, it could be a different night for him. Anthony Yarde is going to be the puncher, I think, in this fight. He's going to be the puncher. And I think I think that David Benavidez is going into this fight and should go into this fight acknowledging that. And he's going to fight accordingly. He already had this experience with David Morrell. He got buckled by David Morrell. I think that fight, if anything, as far as experience or a lesson for David Benavidez to walk away from that fight, is that, yeah, we taking chances out here. We dogs. We fighting. But we're going to start acknowledging that there's some power in this division that maybe we weren't exposed to like that in at 168. And like you said, Ant McQueen, we're going to be economical. We're going to be smart. We're going to take our chances. We're going to give the fans a good fight, but we're going to acknowledge that they're punching a little bit different here than they were punching at 168. Just a little different.
I don't think the power was enough to deter him though, because even after he got hurt by that shot right there, he turned it up. I think the one thing that I like about David Benavidez in particular is that he's very deliberate about the way that he works. He's not one of them dudes like Williams Zepeda where he's just out there just throwing random shots. More often than not, before he throws a shot, is preceded by some type of check. Like he's either gonna, like the guy got his guard up, he's gonna little touch here, boom, let a shot rip. And he does a really good job of just changing the speed. He doesn't just go out there and just throw big, heavy shots. It's touch. Oh, opening over here, boom, fire it right there. Touch, opening right here, fire it there. You got your high guard up, I'm going to peel your guard down. And then I also seen the ability that he has to box a little bit on the back foot. If you watch the Gravel rematch, because in the first fight, that was the first time he got dropped. It was like in the 12th round. He was coming forward. He was dead tired, swinging, got caught, squared up, got dropped with a jab. Or like it was like a little check hook. But then after that, in the rematch, first 4 to 5 rounds, he was boxing pretty good on the back foot, man, working his jab. Set a beautiful trap where he walked Gravel into a uppercut, left hook combination. Like the dude is just sharp. And I think a lot of it has to do with the experience that he's had as a teenager. You're in that 14, 15 years old, sparring with Triple G and Kelly Pavlik and Dimitri Bivol. He's actually sparred Vosdick too as a young man.
Exactly.
So that was no surprise when they got in the ring with one another. He was familiar with him. So yeah, he's just sharp, man.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I really do. I do think though that the volume punchers, we love them, and they're great fighters, man. We love them. They're entertaining, but I think there's a fundamental rule there with letting your hands go that you do leave openings to potentially. You do leave. Hold on a second. Where's that coming from? Here, you do leave openings. You do leave openings, potential openings there, to get hit back. And I just think as the competition goes up, even with him talking about potentially going up to cruiserweight or even fighting the top fighters that are available in the light heavyweight division, I do think you're dealing with a different puncher. And although David Morrell tested him, and listen, man, he tested the chin and we've seen him buckle, but he recovered well and he still brought that pressure. I think at the end of the day, though, there has to be some sort of acknowledgement. And I think if there isn't acknowledgement, I fear the worst case scenario is that you could see David Benavidez get clipped.
Hey, let me say something, Clay. Let me say something right quick.
Can I finish trying to cut off on my stream?
All right, hold on. Let two Rich tap in and then we can come back full circle. Go ahead.
All right. Even though, like I say, David Benavidez should be favored, sometimes it's about the matchup, man. Sometimes when the guy, can't get that top fight, they take fights that just, not the right match. I just think it's a good matchup and a good test at 175. But let me say this about David Benavidez. At 168, David Benavidez fought tall. He was bigger than everybody. So he fought tall, come in, waited on the back foot, high guard. He can just rip off his shots, do what he do, because he wasn't really worried about getting hurt. But as he moves up in weight, fighting tall is not producing enough power. So he's not hurt. He's hitting guys with beautiful shots that at 168, everybody will fall. But these guys are not falling. So all I'm saying, Anthony Yarde having experience facing somebody like Better Be, he's not supposed to win, but man, you got to give him a puncher's chance or a weighted chance. Just being a natural weighted guy that can Benavidez take the power. I just think if you go back and look at some of those fights, the last 2 fights, David Benavidez is feeling those shots. So I picked Benavidez to win this fight. I favor him to win this fight, but it's going to be a good fight, a good matchup. It's going to be a good matchup.
I think you will. I agree with you, man. I want to go ahead and let Dub go ahead. I think he wanted to say something, and I'm actually going to bring it full circle to Ray, who's sitting in the corner as well. But Dub, go ahead, man. Add to it.
All right. First, a lot of times when we watch boxing, right? A lot of times, man, we go a lot about weight, right? We go like when we talk about weight that's close, weight classes that's close to each other. A lot of people think, oh, because he's going up in weight or whatever, it's gonna be a big difference or whatever. You gotta also look at it this way too. That's why everybody counted Lamont Roach out. Everybody counted Lamont Roach out. It wasn't. Me and you, Claymore, we had these talks endless times. Like we used to stay up on the phone all night talk about it.
It's true.
And you were totally against the Lamont Roach fight.
I
And I
was.
used to always tell you, I said, when you got, I said, now I didn't. Now I'm not gonna lie, sit here and lie. You know that, and say I thought he was gonna win. But what I kept telling you was he's not gonna knock him out. I said he's not gonna knock him out.
As far
I
as
said, I
Tank
don't care
knocking out Lamont, right?
yeah, I said I don't care what nobody say. He's not gonna knock that man out. Now he might win because you know what I'm saying. Like Tank do have a lot in his arsenal, a lot in his bag that you know he haven't brought out, but he's not gonna knock Lamont out. And why I say that is because first off, when we talk about weight, when we talking about a 5 pound, we talking about going 30 to 35. So we going to talk about from 68 to 75. A lot of these dudes are real big and be struggling to make weight. David Benavidez is one of them. David Benavidez is one of the dudes that I've met him personally multiple times, and each time I met that man, he was more than 175, and he was fighting at 168 at the time. Right before the when he was on the undercard with Frank Martin and Tank, and he fought Governor, and he was going to 175. The first time when I seen him, right, he was way beyond 175. That's why when they say when he come in the ring, he come in the ring at two something. When he spars, his father said he don't even spar dudes in his weight class. He spars heavyweights, cruiserweights, and heavyweights. Right now, the first fight when he fought Gosnick, they was ready to pull him out that fight. See, this is what people don't know. I was in Vegas with them. He was ready to pull out the fight.
Yeah, I know he went into it with injuries. He went into it with some issues for sure.
Both his hands was messed up. One hand, like a bone, was sticking out in the middle of his hand. Right? I think that was his left hand. His left hand, he had a big knot sticking out in the middle of his hand. And the other hand, he was saying that was messed up. See, you got to take this into consideration that you're not going to have the same performance when you messed up. That if he'd have pulled out the fight, everybody be like, oh, he was scared. He was moving up. Woo. But the man went in there and still fought. You know, he still fought. With two injuries, two hand injuries. How many people you know is going to fight with two hand injuries? It's
No,
rare.
I don't think David Benavidez's heart or his will, his determination, or the dog in him can ever be disputed. You know what I mean? But ultimately, you know, going into fights like this, there are going to be some challenges. Sometimes there aren't, but I think there's some definite challenges here. And just like you said, even with the Bosniak fight, there's an asterisk there, even if it's just simply based off the fact that David couldn't really let his hands go, or he did let his hands go actually a lot in that fight. That's what was amazing about it. But the power didn't translate in that fight. The power didn't necessarily translate in a David Morrell fight as much as his IQ and his skill set translated. This fight right here, he's going to get tested.
But I think David Morrell was a dog, man. I think David Morrell got hit with some good shots, especially that joint when he hit him with that uppercut. When David Morrell had his back on the ropes and he hit him, he moved his guard and hit him with a hook, then came back and hit him with an uppercut. Like that hurt David Morrell. It's just that David Morrell is durable. David Morrell is not your average like bum that you supposed to just go in there and knock out.
For sure. He's definitely exceptional, but going into that fight with like 10 fights, professional fights, you know, it played its part, man. There was experience in there, and you can clearly see, especially in the championship rounds, where he didn't understand. He could have secured some rounds, the intelligence and understanding on how the rounds ended and how he how he scored and the point system, and acknowledging that winning these rounds were going to be important.
It's
that he
chess.
Locking in a victory via knockout. You know, certain things that I think he's smarter for now, and I think David Morrell, you know, with hindsight, would look back and say, "Yeah, man, I could have definitely done better in different ways." And the reason I performed the way I did was because of experience. Go ahead and land your plane, because I want to go ahead and go to Ray so we can get around the room too as well.
Another thing, I think you put Anthony Yarde in a fight with David Morrell.
What's going on? Hello? All right, Ray Davis, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Clay. I'm listening. Listen, what Coach Eddie said, I'm sorry, what Turich said made a lot of sense, and it was very important to add to that the problem that we're missing here is Turkey and whoever his people that he puts together to select his fights and make these matchups do a pretty good job, and they're always tough tasks for the opponent or the champion or whatever the case may be. So there's always an upset happening, and people like to blame it on going overseas or whatever the case may be, or Turkey just trying to knock down American boxing. Whatever the narrative is, that's not important. But the fact is, he's always making tough matchups. Number two, all that we said about David Benavidez and his skill sets and things of that nature, yes, David Benavidez does have the I believe the better boxing ability and things of that nature. But when it comes to the fact that he's going to get hit, he's going to get hit by a guy who is a puncher. Anthony Yarde is your typical boxer, and I think we're putting the cart before the horse here, or we're just automatically assuming that he can't hurt Benavidez. He absolutely can. We've seen him hurt in 3 fights. I think even Vodrick hurt him. And I remember we talked about this live, and I told you that when we did the fight there. And I thought Vodrick hurt him.
Not for nothing. If my memory serves me correctly, didn't Anthony Yarde hurt Beterbiev right quick in that fight as well? Didn't he hurt him?
Yes, he did in the first or second round.
Right.
So he has enough to get the job done. The thing is, I think we're overlooking the fact that Benavidez is going to get touched, and when he gets touched, is how he gets touched, and that's going to play a big part. The whole nonsense of he's this, he's that because he has experience, and they all have experience. It's just they're different fighters, and because they're all different fighters, that changes everything on how everything how the reaction goes. But I think what we're going to miss. Hold on, my kids are getting out the car, so if you hear the chimes and stuff, doors closed, it's them. But yeah, ultimately, if you hear if you go back and you watch, like they were talking about David Morrell. David Morrell fights Benavidez today in a rematch. He beats Benavidez. Mark my words, because experience matters. You touched on that. Being an inexperienced fighter, David Morrell didn't hold his own in there because he was outclassed. If it was a boxing match and it was just straight up power versus power, he would have knocked Benavidez out. Plus, he came up from 168. Benavidez didn't do much damage to what's the name? Alexander Verdick or Gervik, whatever his name is. He didn't do much to him. Wozniak, yeah, he didn't do much damage to him. He just outboxed him. Now you got a guy that actually has enough power to sit him down. So I'm not putting it past Benavidez to win this fight. I think his ability to box and do everything and his IQ keep him out of hot water. And I hope he uses his jab like he did with David Morrell. And I think that saved him in that fight. Other than that, I think it's still like a tough fight for him. A lot of people are just looking past Yarde because he's this guy that he already lost a fight, and he fights a little flat-footed. I ain't gonna lie to you, but he's just a heavy puncher, man, and he looks for his shots. If he breaks through that guard of David Benavidez or punch through those volume of punches that Benavidez throws, it could be night very easily.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's definitely some intangibles here that we can see that makes this fight interesting. It's an intriguing fight for David Benavidez, and adding to that, of course, the fact that the bigger picture for David Benavidez heading into trying to get a fight for a championship, undisputed. Trying to unify his WBC title with the other 3 titles. This was a space that he had to kind of concede a little bit to put himself in position that he had to go ahead and work with Turki Al-Sheikh. Hindsight says we might look at the negotiations and the opportunity that was there for him to fight Caleb Smith with Turki and look back at it and kind of see like, damn, you might have played your cards a little too close to your chest, a little too arrogant, saw those 3 face cards in your hand and really try to leverage that. But it turned out that, you didn't have enough. And there was a lot of money in the pot. He had to fold and, live to fight another day and be in Riyadh season fighting against Anthony Yarde. Let me ask you guys a question though for the panel. And I'm not sure if everybody's comfortable getting this. Actually, hold on. Before I get into that, I want to acknowledge ABA Boxer 25-0. Sorry, family. I don't know if it's Ross Cloud or somebody who I'm not familiar with, but if you want to take an opportunity to go ahead and tap in and contribute to the conversation, the floor is yours, brother.
Yeah. I was just listening to a lot of the people speaking, obviously giving their opinions and stuff like that. I think someone, obviously, I'm from the UK, as you can tell. Anthony Yarde is from the same place I grew up, although I don't know him. And Anthony Yarde is a natural. So the thing is, I've got some inside information. So Anthony Yarde is someone that can actually fight at cruiserweight. Anthony Yarde walks around at over 90 kilograms of pure muscle, and he only cuts down to like the high 80s and mid 80s, and then cuts down, does a water fast of 79 kg. I've met David Benavidez, and I'm actually bigger than David Benavidez. I'm not going to say what weight class I'm in, but David Benavidez, he was big, but he's not. When he walks around, he's not in shape. This is a guy who's eating cheeseburgers and eating crap and is basically probably 200 pounds. So when he goes into camp and he starts his cut, he's basically smaller than Anthony Yarde. In my opinion, I'm picking Anthony Yarde to win this fight on points. I think it will be a split decision. I don't think David Benavidez will beat Anthony Yarde. The reason why, I think this is a bad style matchup. I've studied boxing for a long time. Anthony Yarde is physically stronger than David Benavidez. This is not like Demetrio on Wade, who was able to land shots like that. I really feel like David Benavidez is no different to his brother that Terence Crawford beat. I believe he's not a natural light heavyweight, and I think he will lose this fight. I don't think he's going to get stopped, but I believe he will lose this fight. And I'm putting money on Anthony Yarde. But yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yo, ABA, I appreciate you, man. That was a great take, man. And acknowledging the fact that and I agree with you. I'll be honest with you. I didn't take it into consideration, but David Benavidez is David Benavidez an in shape 200-pound guy? They talk about him being this big dude, but as he's gained weight and gone up to 175, granted, against David Morrell, his conditioning was still great. He fought well and he felt strong into the championship rounds. You know what I mean? But him being this bigger guy, this narrative that's been kind of pushed out there about him being the bigger guy. Is he the bigger guy in shape, though? Is he as big as of a threat? Was he more of a threat at 168, where he was probably more in shape? And I agree with you. I think Anthony Yarde, there's no question, just eye test. And I'm glad that you've been there in the room with him, and you have that hands-on perspective. But looking at him, yeah, this guy's not a fat guy. This is a muscle-bound, strong guy. So whatever weight he's walking around, and I had to do the conversion ratio for the 90 kilograms because here in America we do it pounds. But I was going to ask you to break that down. I went up here. So you're basically saying he's walking around pretty much around 200 pounds or 198 pounds, 90 kilograms. So he's cutting that weight to fight down there at 175. He's probably going to be more in shape in that fight. But the conditioning, I still lean towards David Benavidez. I appreciate the perspective, though. Something to think about. I'm still leaning towards David Benavidez to win this fight. But yeah, man, definitely some new intangibles to take into consideration.
Hey, Clay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I say something? Can I finish? Because they got cut off. I didn't get to finish.
Go ahead.
What I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, right? That's why I'll be asking you to go to these fights with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be asking you to go to these fights with me. You always, say you're gonna go, and then last minute you decline, don't go. But I want you to see a lot of these fighters up front and close and personal, right? I want you to see before when they fight how they train, right? How certain fighters train. That will give you a synopsis on who would you like to pick. You know what I'm saying? Like when I told you, I was on the phone with you the whole time out of Orlando, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And when the Tim Tszyu called, remember Tim Tszyu called?
With Bachram, yeah.
And I was on the phone with you. I was on the phone with him the whole time, right? And I kept trying to convince him to come. He kept saying he was gonna come, and then he changed his mind last minute, whatever.
Another shot. Go ahead.
I told him, I said, nobody knew about Bachram like that. None of us ain't know. I didn't even know about Bakaram. He'll tell you, none of us know about Bakaram. I seen this man train and was in 7-Eleven with this man, right? I told Clay, if Clay can stamp this, why he right here?
No, you said it was over for Tim Zoo.
I
This is gonna
said,
be a problem.
I said, there's no way Tim Zoo gonna beat this dude.
You did.
He said, you sure? He said, how big is he, Dub? I said, man, listen, this dude look like he should be fighting at cruiserweight or something. This dude is way bigger than Tim Zoo.
Yeah.
I said, man, I just can't see it. I can't see Tim Zoo beating this dude, man. Tim Zoo standing beside me on one side of the way in. Bakaram is on the other side. I'm 6'5". Bakaram ain't nothing but a couple of inches shorter than me. Right? I don't care what they got him listed as. He's at least 6'2" to 6'3". Right? Tim Zoo is about 5'9". Look way little. I said to say this, right? When you around David Benavidez, right? David Benavidez, before the fight, the week of the fight, and the week before the fight, they're training hard. Like, you will see if you in MGM Grand, you'll see every fighter there, the slot machines, they eating, they partying with their family, they having fun. When you see Team Benavidez, they in the gym going hard before the fight. Like, they got that body type. If you ever been around Mexicans, they got that body type. They're not gonna get ripped up and you know what I'm saying. You gonna see like basically their results. When you see their body frame is shaped like Mexicans, like skinny with little guts, stuff like that. But they go hard, man. That man, I just don't see. I don't care how much a person see. And another thing about that, the reason why he trying to move up too is because Bivol already said on record that if he beat Benavidez, he's looking to go to fight Zorro. He's looking to go to cruiserweight to fight Zorro. That's what he wants. He wants to fight Zorro, or he
Zorro,
wants to
yeah.
go, or he wants to
Overtime.
go, or he
Yeah.
wants to go down and fight Canelo to become 2-time undisputed.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. He's not looking at the fight David Benavidez. He already said that multiple times.
Okay. So let's land the plane so I can spin the block with everybody in the building. We good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Yeah, man. So look, man. Obviously, like I'm be honest with you. I'm leaning towards David Benavidez to win this fight, and I'm not leaning lightly either. I think he's going to win this fight. I think the determining factor between David Benavidez and Anthony Yarde is going to be the conditioning. That's what I believe is going to play out. I think we're going to get into the later rounds, and that's where you're going to see David Benavidez separate himself from Anthony Yarde. But I do think of inside of 5 rounds, 6 rounds, maybe even 7 rounds. Inside of that, I think David Benavidez needs to keep his head on a swivel. He needs to box well. He needs to not, in my opinion. Listen, David Benavidez lets his hands go, and that's a credit to him and his size to see him do that. But one thing I know with the fundamentals of boxing, when your hands can't be in 2 places at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It just can't. He can't defy science. He can't defy human biology, right? In the way we work as far as the mechanics of the human body. If the hands is there, they can't be here at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, as you start to get into the ring with these punchers, the consequences become a lot bigger. He got clipped by David Morrell, getting caught up and letting his hands go, and we saw him get buckled and set back. He recovered well. Props to him. A lesson should have been walked away with, though, in that situation, because I don't think he wants to get in the habit of doing that, getting in the ring with the likes of Anthony Yarde, right? Or even a Caleb Smith, or even a lot of these other fighters who I think are heavy punchers and more accurate punchers, and I think they're straighter punchers than David Morrell was in that fight. Maybe not as usually, but he kind of wings it at times. He's kind of wide a little bit, kind of comes over with those hooks a little bit. He's good with those uppercuts. He keeps him tight. But I think Anthony Yarde is a short puncher, and I think he generates a lot of power inside of that little space. And I think in the exchanges, Anthony Yarde can let something fly in the middle of those David Benavidez flurries. And I think he touches that chin. David might not recover the same way he did with David Morrell, right? let me move the go ahead and move the needle a little bit here. We're getting into a sensitive conversation here that I'm very interested in having the panel get involved with here. Some people here are gonna like it, some people aren't, but I'm going to talk about the PBC, the rollout of these fights, Gervonta Tank Davis's announcement with Lamont Roach as far as this fight not happening yet. Now, I'd like some perspective now that we have a lot of data to use. If anybody has any perspective or any opinions on what the holdup is and why is this fight happening with Anthony Yarde in Riyadh, a place where Samson Leakowitz and David Benavidez communicated that they had no interest in fighting and why hasn't the fight been announced yet, so that the press conferences and the marketing for a fight that now is on pace to be about a month and a half out from when they are calling it to happen in August. Why are we seeing this kind of work out the way that we've seen it work out? And what is David Benavidez doing over there in Riyadh? We can start it off with Too Rich. He's right next to me. So Too Rich, if you want to add some perspective, what do you think?
Well, I think you got a couple of different things going on. I had my suspicion from the get-go if the fight would even happen. It's just a lot to risk, and just when it comes to the Tank, the PBC have not shown they want. I ain't gonna say Tank to their they A-side fighter, they're cash cow. I get it. It's a lot to risk. It's a lot of risk right here. But I also think you got to listen to the fighters. Lamont Roach said Tank ain't signed the contract. You see what I mean? And we got to take that into perspective. Now, if we back it up some, I said last year when that first fight got announced and it got, the venue changed, but Tank seemed like he wasn't, in the know of what was going on. I said something's going on at the PBC that they seeming to disrespect Tank a little bit. Is Tank supposed to be the face of boxing? I'm not seeing the same way you treated Canelo. You see what I'm saying? You think you would wait till a month out to announce a Canelo fight? No. So I saw that back then that it's a little bit of disrespect or a little bit more taken for granted of Tank. But I also think it's a situation where they don't know if they want to lose this fight, or is it another fight that just simply worth more and it's just not worth it. Now, on top of that, is Canelo Crawford overshadowing the fight, the promotional Canelo Crawford? But either way, we're almost a month out. This don't make sense. I don't see how the fight could happen on August 16th.
No doubt. And also factoring in, guys, if anybody wants to even include that, and I'm sure everybody knows, but, the WBA has made a power move with Floyd Schofield, obviously moving up to the #1 spot in the WBA rankings, but also rumors of potential mandatories being activated and fights being ordered on the back end of a Lamont Roach fight ending, and assuming that Tank wins that fight. It does seem like the WBA plans on enforcing some mandatory things with Tank Davis, putting Floyd Schofield in the crosshairs, or putting, Gervonta Tank Davis in the crosshairs of Floyd Schofield. That may also, I don't know, right? But let's move on. Coach Eddie, how do you feel about it?
I think, in my opinion, I could be totally wrong. This is just me just throwing something out there, seeing if it sticks on the wall. Maybe they're waiting to see if Turkey's gonna maybe possibly fund the fight, because we do see that PBC is willing and has worked with Turkey in the past. I think one reason that Tank Davis has been disenchanted with the boxing world, because, like I say, they've been calling him the face of boxing, but yet they're not treating him like the face of boxing. They're not putting his money in escrow. His money's not guaranteed. He has to go out there, and he is a merit-based performance. What he's paid off of merit. So whatever he kills, he gets to eat. A guy like Canelo don't have to sell one pay-per-view, and they're getting 40, 50, 60, 80, $100 million per one fight. And they are telling Tank Davis, they're giving these low guarantees in comparison to the other stars in boxing, and then relying on the back end promotions. And I think that's probably, it could be maybe just waiting on an offer. Maybe Turkey want to put something together, because now all of a sudden he seemed to be willing to work with him. I mean, he even put out a tweet or a text or whatever, said if Al is willing to work with Turkey, we all see that Al is willing to work with Turkey, then he's willing to work with Turkey. I mean, so it's like a no-brainer. I don't know. It's like, And people, it's crazy because people are just like, they're gang banging, like, oh yeah, Tank don't need this, Tank don't need that. Your favorite fighter's got to go over there because they can't sell in America. It's boxing. You are a contractor. If you don't have a contract, you are not getting paid. PBC does not have enough dates to suffice for all the fighters. So they're almost like praying for the downfall of Turkey, which, if any real boxing fan, you have to be a freaking moron or ignoramus to pray for the downfall of somebody who's putting money, bread, putting kids through college, paying mortgages and rent. We're hoping that the company fails. That's the dumbest thing in the world. I mean, they should be big up in this guy. You know what I mean? But just because they're loyal to a freaking promotional company, which I have never heard this in my life. This is something brand new. It's like all of a sudden, it's like they're praying for the downfall. So I think Tank could possibly just be waiting on an offer, man. Maybe Turkey may show some interest in the fight. But hey, look, we want to pay for the fight. Because like Lamont Roach, he threw this name out there in the hat. So he want the winner of Norman and Devin Haney. You know what I mean? He's trying to get paid.
Yeah. I want, actually, I'm gonna skip over a little bit, and I want to get the perspective of the ABA boxer 25-0. And the reason I do is because he's overseas. And I'm interested from the outside looking in and watching things develop with the rollout of these fights. As far as the PBC is concerned, with David Benavidez ending over in Riyadh, with this announcement being delayed, as long as we've been hearing the rumors circulating about this fight being ordered for August 16th, and not see a press conference, not see a flyer, not to get an official announcement. What's the algorithm out there in the UK watching from the outside looking in this thing turning out? Any perspective to share?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with these promotions and stuff like that, I think first and foremost, I think Turki Al-Sheikh, he has a lot more experience of UK promoters and the way things are done in the UK. And in case anyone doesn't know, British fighters have an advantage going to Saudi Arabia because of the time zone is very similar. So that's why David Benavidez was already there, because obviously he's someone that doesn't want to lose. So he knows, being an American or Mexican, he's not going to have a time advantage adjusting to the time zone. So he needs to already be in Saudi Arabia training. So the fight will go on. I think it was signed in secret. Usually these fights with Turkey get signed in secret. The thing is with Turkey is, a lot of American promoters and British promoters don't like working with Turkey, and they only do it because they get the money. The reason why is because Turkey controls everything. Turkey basically becomes a promoter. So the American promoter or the English promoter is basically reduced to a sitting duck. He sits there and does nothing. So the only thing that they worry about is are they getting paid? Is their fighter getting paid? Is the trainer getting paid, and how much? And obviously, Turkey generates the money from the Crown Prince himself. So the money is absolutely astronomical. But the fight is going on. But David Benavidez already knows that there is an advantage that Yarde has, which is the time zone. And that's why he's going to be training in Saudi Arabia. And unfortunately, that's how boxing is going to be for Americans now. They're going to have to train in Saudi Arabia if they're going to be fighting in Saudi Arabia, because if you train in America, you could lose. Because even Canelo Alvarez said during the fight with William Sco, I felt tired. I didn't feel right because of the time zone, Whereas William Sco, I think he trained in Saudi Arabia, whereas Canelo didn't. He trained in some another region like Mexico or whatever. So that's why he wasn't really himself. Terence Crawford knows this. That's why he's training in Saudi Arabia and Turkey. So this is the future now, unfortunately, and I don't think it's going to change. But the upside is the finances,
Right. There's definitely money there. That when David Benavidez went out to Saudi Arabia, supposedly, to go watch that Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev fight come together, there was an offer made out there for him to fight Caleb Smith, potentially, the winner of that fight locking in the winner of Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev, something that I think presently Caleb Smith is probably trying to protect as to why that fight didn't get put together with David Benavidez this time around. But Turkey had that fight on the table. The story is David Benavidez left Saudi Arabia in the middle of, just suddenly, right? Left before they even fought in the ring, as far as Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. And he left, and, passed on the opportunity for the lucrative opportunity to fight Caleb Smith, trying to get the fights that he wanted to get done stateside. Wanted Dimitri Bivol, put an offer out there supposedly for Dimitri to get an opportunity at Undisputed, put an offer out there for Caleb Smith to bring him to Las Vegas. Both those negotiations fell through the crack, but the opportunity was there in the beginning for him to make a deal with Turki Al-Sheikh to put that fight together, maybe even a multiple fight deal. Looking back at it, to see David Benavidez end up in Riyadh season anyway to fight what some people may say a lesser opponent, just based off of the resume and the title, interim title that Caleb Smith holds, and the money that he builds up and makes. He has a big following in the UK, from my understanding. How does that decision by David Benavidez age from your perspective now that he ended up over there in Riyadh and anyway?
I think David Benavidez. If I'm being honest, I think David Benavidez did want to fight Dimitri Bivol, but I don't think he was 100% sure. I think David Benavidez knows that's a risky fight, but he also did want to fight Callum Smith and Anthony Yarde. But Callum Smith also got offered to fight Anthony Yarde and basically turned that down, and subsequently turned down the fight with David Benavidez. So basically Anthony Yarde reached out to David and said, basically, Callum turned me down, let's get it on. But David Benavidez did want the fight. The reason why he left is because he did want Turkey to make the fight not in Saudi. He wanted to make it in America, but Turkey wasn't going to do that. In the Riyadh season card, he's not doing that. So unfortunately, David Benavidez is going to have to fight in Saudi, but I don't think he ducked anyone. But I do believe Callum Smith did duck Anthony Yarde, and he also ducked David Benavidez. Callum Smith would lose to Anthony Yarde and would lose to David Benavidez, in my opinion. And because he's already won that interim belt, Callum Smith is kind of almost done, in my opinion. That's why he didn't really want to fight David Benavidez. That's a tough fight.
You heard that, Claymore?
Dove in the background. Yeah, I hear that. But I don't know why I would have to hear it. I already know this. I agree with everything ABA boxer is saying, every bit of it, which is why I feel like the worst thing he did was walk away from the table with Turkey, because Turkey was going to lock in the fight that could only be made clearly by Turkey. Caleb Smith clearly using his options to not get in these fights, to lock in the big fight, which is the winner of Dimitri Bivol or Artur Beterbiev, not only for the money, but also for the undisputed title, a fight that he's probably going to lose. Walking away from that table to become an elevated WBC champion, like I said, I'm not sure how that's aging right now.
We had a talk though, Claymore.
Okay, we will. I'm gonna let Ray, because we skipped over Ray, and I know, I wanted to get ABA, and then after that we can go to actually we're gonna bring Shelton in here as well, because he's been quiet in the background, sitting here for a really long. Matter of fact, Ray, if you don't mind holding for one moment, let me let Shelton build, and then we'll come to you. Shelton, how you doing today? OG?
I'm doing good, man. How y'all doing today? How's everybody?
I'm doing good. Thanks for being patient with me. I know you were sitting there for a while. I'm definitely
I was just listening. You got to listen sometimes to get other perspectives. I was just under from the beginning when they first made the Morrell Benavidez fight. I knew he was going to lose because he's an 11-fight guy. I don't care if you had 500 amateur fights. You had 11 pro fights. Amateurs and pros are completely different. Completely different. David Benavidez did things in that ring to Ed Morrell that nobody had ever done to him before. That's why he lost. He was outclassed, he was outsmarted, he was beat up by a guy who had way more experience than him. Now, will he learn from that? I hope so. But when you put 11-fight guys in with a 30-fight, 2-time world champion, these are the results you're going to get. Usually that's just what's going to happen. Everybody jumped on the Morrell train, Morrell this, Morrell that. Morrell ain't done nothing. Who has he fought? He fought a bunch of warehouse workers and forklift drivers. That's what he fought.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and I heard about this interview with Callum Smith, but what I heard, which came from Eddie Hearn, was that Callum Smith wanted more money to come to America, and they couldn't work it out.
Right.
So that's why the fight didn't happen. That's exactly why the fight didn't happen, because he wanted more money.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted more money to come to America. He was going to fight in the UK, he took the bag. But if he was going to come to America, he wanted more money. They couldn't work it out. So Anthony Yarde stepped up and took the money that was offered. I think it's a good fight. I think it's a tough fight for Benavidez. But eventually, Yarde is going to gas out, because Yarde always gasses out. This ain't the first time, the second time. He always gasses out. So unless Yarde can catch him in the first 4 or 5 rounds, Benavidez is going to mollywop him. That's it.
No doubt, no doubt. Appreciate your input, Ochi. Hey, 45 people in the building. Take a moment to hit the like button. Obviously subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. L Dub putting some real perspective on it. Shout out to L Dub, the plug, man. Always got that real perspective, and he's really tapped in. L Dub is, you guys know already, he's earned a reputation. But listen, hold on, that's not the one I want to hear. Boom. L Dub says Kalen wasn't happy with the numbers for the Benavidez fight, so it fell apart. That's why we're getting Benavidez versus Yarde. Kalen is holding out for Bibble Beterbiev winner. Yeah, 100% that Samson Leakowitz, in my opinion, just wasn't going to be able to generate the guaranteed, and I emphasize guaranteed money that Kalen Smith was going to ask for this fight. Understanding that on the other side of an offer that you're going to give Kalen Smith, that there's also a Turkey Al-Sheikh Ring Magazine Riyadh season that's going to sit there and offer guaranteed money, right? He's a big enough star where he's from over there in the UK to where he's going to attract that type of attention. People will come to his fights. People will buy into the idea of Kalen Smith fighting Anthony Yarde, or even him sitting back and fighting. Keep in mind that, and shout out to ABA Boxer who highlighted it. I said a little bit earlier as well, but Kalen was damn near on his way out of the game on the back end of a loss to Artur Beterbiev. He was getting ready to arguably leave boxing, retire from boxing. The opportunity came on the back end of a small little victory that he had. He got offered to fight Joshua Buatsi, won that fight, got himself an interim title, and boom, now he's in the conversation of potentially getting a fight at becoming an undisputed champion. He's going to babysit that opportunity, and he's not just going to put it away and become this guy who's just fighting to still get his respect. This is beyond respect now for Kalen Smith, being on his way on his last hoorah in boxing. His fights are going to be legacy, and they're going to be the biggest paydays. And I just don't think that Samson Leakowitz in the PBC were in a position to give him his biggest payday or compete with a Turkey Al-Sheikh in some sort of bidding war as far as what's going to be the best option for Kalen Smith. So naturally, when David Benavidez moved away from the table on that negotiation, on that fight that was there to be made, that Turkey was offering him, it pretty much sealed David Benavidez's fate in the light heavyweight division to a degree. His best opportunity and his last leg was to take that olive branch and leave his comfort zone and come fight Anthony Yarde in Riyadh. That's what I believe. I believe other than that, he might as well just go to a cruiserweight division and begin the negotiation with Oscar De La Hoya on making a Zurdo Ramirez fight. Also, the question on the table is, as far as the PBC is concerned, and as far as Tank Davis is concerned, and his fight being announced, signing contracts and things of that nature, it seems like there may be a budget that these fighters are working inside of. You know what I mean? That the PBC is working inside of. And for some fighters, the budget works. But when you're talking about fighters like Gervonta Tank Davis, Errol Spence, Jamel Charlo, when you're talking David Benavidez, when you're talking about these fighters, the guaranteed money has to be a little bit more upfront, right? Nobody's trying to count on pay-per-view numbers. The model, the business model that the PBC provides for their fighters seems to be getting a little outdated, and a lot of fighters are catching up to the idea of what's better, right? Is it better for me to get $5 million up front, or is it better for me to take $1.5 million, $2 million up front and to count pay-per-view numbers at the end and get my money? That's the question, right? Ray, go ahead, tap in if you have anything to share.
Absolutely. I'm going to start with the response first of where we're going.
Hold it down for a second as well. I'll be right back.
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, let's look at the whole big picture here. Obviously, Gervonta Davis is starting to see certain things go on. He is a prize fighter. He says he's fighting for the bag, not the belts, whatever the case may be. But it seems to be some discomfort with him fighting on these cards and not getting paid the money that he wants. And what I mean by that is, if you think about it, the budget he complained about in Vegas with the promotions and things of that nature, he thought it was very sad. He missed the open presser and was found running on the road, and everybody thought that was cool because he did that, whatever. You know what I mean? It's cool. But next we go into the Lamont Roach fight. The New York presser was like really bad. Then we had the DC presser, which you had no PBC or any representative to do the hosting or anything of that nature. We had a comedian up there and didn't even know anything about boxing. He's trying to wing it, and it really looked bad again. So really, and the fighters weren't even showing any tension towards each other. They were actually just, talking real cool and smooth with each other. So that didn't help promote the fight either. And Tank was very upset in that New York press conference where he shared some of his feelings about not wanting to do this no more, how Al and him had talked about certain things in interviews prior to that. So he's put it out there on the table. And all due respect to Gervonta Davis and Lamont Roach, I hope the fight gets done soon or announced soon. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But as far as the PBC and their whole landscape and things of that nature, let's start with the whole Canelo situation, right? They brought Canelo in for a couple of fights. First thing they did is co-promote the fight with Eddie Hearn for a Munguia fight. Second thing they did, he had a fight with Ryder, I believe, or one of them. Then they had the Munguia fight after the with Hearns. Then he co-promoted another fight with De La Hoya. Eddie Hearn with the Ryder fight, then the Munguia fight. Then he went from there and he went and fought for 40, where the MGM paid $40 million to get him to fight because he wanted his bag up front. He wanted that escrow. So the MGM spotted him that. It was still co-promoted by Eddie Hearn, in the sense of they fought Berlanga in that fight. And then we moved down to Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu's always been a co-promoted fight with No Limit. So that's constantly something that takes the weight and the purses off of the backs of PBC. You have Barrios, who for his last fight on MVP channel, didn't even fight on the PBC card in like 2 years. I think his last fight was a year and a half ago. Then you have Ryo, who for his last fight on or a couple fights ago with Pitbull on a Riyahd card. Morrell on 2 Riyahd cards. Rolly, on one Riyahd card, and he's going to fight on another one coming up. Rolly has been on the Riyahd card. He's been on the Fat and Fury card, and he might even be on another card of Ring Magazine. So it seems that a lot of PBC fighters are not even fighting under the PBC banner, but getting promoted. So it seems that they are working with Turkey, but it looks like the Turkey bag has actually helped promote their fighters and pay for their fighters. And whatever money comes in is being used to push certain fights, and they can't promise and deliver on certain fights. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Turkey is actually sitting there and negotiating with a Turkey Al Sheikh to see if there's some type of arrangement or anything that get him to fight with either that he needs for the Roach fight or something else, or PBC is on the back end of doing it, because we have to understand that the PBC has been putting forth a lot of money for these fighters, and they put a lot of money into Gervonta Davis and David Benavidez. As you see, David Benavidez is now fighting on a Riyahd card when it was a short shot for them to even fight on their card, and they can't pay both fighters. Obviously, Caleb Smith, as everyone mentioned, is a high demand, high paid fighter. And he was even demanding that fight to come to England or London or something like that. And with that being said, that shows right there that the power of the A side wasn't even valued then. So there's a lot of moving parts there, and we're going to notice that this fight with Tank, or how the PBC is moving with Gervonta or Al Heyman, Tom Brown, whatever's going on over there is definitely something that's in the works, and they need to make it happen. And just, hey, man, it is what it is. And this is showing right now that the bag ain't there.
Yeah. I agree with everything you're saying. I think the pieces are being moved, and I think it's obvious. It's clear that there's an issue there. I know we put it on Tank and the fear and this and that, but one thing about Tank is what we've always asked of Tank very early since he left. The reason we wanted to see him leave Mayweather Promotions, and we celebrated him doing that, was at the opportunity of him actually getting a say in his career. We wanted to see him do what David Benavidez did with David Morrell, right? We wanted to see him call out and make fights happen, fights that his handlers may not necessarily their goals and their objectives may not necessarily align with a fighter's objective of fighting the best fights out there and proving to himself and to the boxing space that he's the best in the business. Tank expressed once he left Mayweather promotion, that he was interested in the money, not interested in the legacy and things of that nature. So obviously he was more aligned with what Al Heyman and the PBC had lined up for him, and he was willing to make that happen as long as the money was going to be there. I think where they seem to be hitting a crossroads is that the money is really not in. The money's only in the biggest fights now, right? So Tank has to now wait out making the biggest fights happen. But now that the PBC has gone a separate direction from Showtime, do they have the ability to even facilitate what Tank would need to make these fights make sense for him? He's talking retirement. He's disenchanted with the sport. He's everything. He's everything and above. When it comes to the conversation of making fights, he doesn't care to do the media. He doesn't care to do the interviews. Where's the marketing? Why announce a fight for somebody who's probably not going to be present for interviews to be made for the media? The last fight against Lamont Roach, he went on his own media campaign. He didn't go on the regular Ariel Hawani's or Pro Box or the bigger platforms that would provide him with the interviews that would hit more people. He went and did his own thing. He was more grassroots with it, went with the people who supported him, went with media that we never seen before, and did great interviews. He did a great interview with Little Yarde. He did a great interview with another guy. I can't remember what his name was, but he was local to Baltimore. But very rebellious. It seems like Tank has been as of late since the Frank Martin situation. That was the last time I actually seen Tank participate in a big promotion, and he criticized the promotion as well, even on that fight, as he threatened to not even show up for a press conference. If you remember, he didn't show up to grand arrivals. We got video of him running down the street and he didn't show up to the grand arrivals, and threatened via Twitter that he may not even show up to the press conference due to the marketing that he seemed to have an issue with. So there's a disconnect there. And from the PBC's point of view, why invest on announcing a fight? Because once we announce a fight, then the pressure and the onus is going to be on us to roll out press conferences and interviews and marketing things that I'm not sure if Tank is necessarily on board with, right? There's a lot of pieces being moved here, but I think it's telling. And I think watching David Benavidez end up in Riyadh when we know actively Samson Leakowitz was out there petitioning for fights to happen with Caleb Smith and Anthony Yarde, we can safely say that those negotiations fell to the wayside and it didn't work. And they obviously wasn't no more in the pot to leverage or interest of Caleb Smith. So they had to go to the next best option. Zurdo Ramirez being one, but I thought that was going to be the worst thing that David Benavidez could do, was going up to the cruiserweight division and 25 plus pounds to get up there and compete and then cut the weight down to still be in the conversation of what's going on in the light heavyweight division. Ultimately, they had to take what was there, and it seems like what was left there after everything was moved around was an Anthony Yarde, and here he is in Riyadh season. And like I said, I'm going to continue saying, looking back, how is that aging for David Benavidez, for Samson Leakowitz, for that whole team?
Okay, just to ask you a question. As a what if to that situation, let's say he did take that fight as a WBC champion, right? If he took that fight and moved up, would he had to have given up that belt? Not if he won, either way. With the WBC working so hard to give him that belt, was it even worth the idea of stripping undisputed champion to give him the belt for him to just move to go challenge for another division's belt? That didn't make any sense to me. So, would he have lost that belt, and would it help the WBC have been doing all that work for nothing? Because to me, that sounds really clownish and foolish. Regardless that happened anyway. So I just think that I'm glad that fight's going on with them, but I'm glad it doesn't matter who the promoter is, and I think we need to get rid of these sides of the street wars and promoter wars and boxer wars. I haven't said this a bunch of times. Just focus on the sport and let the sport be built back up. Remember, boxing was in a bad place a couple years ago, and it's coming back, and fans are excited. So let's see what's going on, man. And that's just on the back end of what I'm saying, Clay. But
shout out to Literary Pharaoh, who said thinks he's bigger than boxing. The train is moving and he'll be left behind so much that he's only interested in exhibitions with Jake Paul. Do is semi-retired. I think that statement is very accurate, and I think that's another thing that this speaks to, right? And that's something that Samson Leakowitz had to come to an understanding. David Benavidez is coming to an understanding. Tank Davis fans are coming to an understanding. I don't think Tank is so much concerned with it as much. I think Tank can very well walk away from this sport. He's made a lot of money. He's made it clear that he's not pressed to make fights that aren't going to be very lucrative for him. But ultimately, more importantly, with Turki Al-Sheikh moving the way he is moving, he's letting you know that nobody's bigger than the program. And I had a conversation with my Aki a little bit earlier about it, just, you know, even speaking towards Devin Haney, somebody who I know we all know Turki holds close to his heart, right? One of the first American fighters that he really had interest in, and even to the point where Tank wouldn't take the fight with Devin Haney because he said that there was favoritism clearly going to be there. But Turki, once again, showing nobody's bigger than the program. Here he is getting ready to fight Brian Norman Jr. Here Turki is responding to what he feels like were Tom and Jerry tactics, not necessarily directly at Devin Haney, but letting it be known to the point, however you want to look at it. Bill Haney had to come out and say, Turki said no more running, therefore there'll be no more running. So that right there is an acknowledgement of that statement and showing that Turki, as much as he has love for the fighters, that he has an assignment, he has a program, he has something he's committed to, and no one fighter will ever be bigger than the actual program. So boxing continues to move on with or without Tank Davis. And now with Floyd Schofield, with that performance he had against Tevin Farmer, the WBA seems to be doing the same thing, right? They seem to be looking at it like, okay, this guy doesn't want to fight. We're not going to get the biggest fights with this guy. He's talking about retirement. They're looking like they're going to start getting involved in the conversation now, and maybe potentially ordering a mandated fight with Floyd Schofield with the threat of, you know, a belt being stripped from him. What does that mean? 135 has to move on. Unifications have to happen. Champion defenses have to happen. The wheels have to turn for us to earn. We only make money when the fighters are in the ring from our 3% sanction and body fees. We don't get money just for your belt being on a pretty face or somebody who the boxing space, the fans are behind. We need activity. And if we're not going to get activity, we're going to move accordingly. What do we got going on here?
But we've seen.
Go ahead. Sorry, Shelton.
Go
ahead, Shelton.
We've all seen this before. You know, you thought boxing was dead when Ali retired. You thought boxing was dead when Ray and Hagler and Tommy retired. You thought boxing was dead when Lennox and Mike Tyson, all these guys retired. Boxing's going to continue to move on. Nobody's bigger than the sport. And these newer age fans got to understand that the sport will continue. There's always going to be a next guy up. Always going to be a next guy up. Nobody's bigger than the sport.
Nobody.
And I think that applies to promotional companies too. There's no promotional company, and I have to say it, right? I mean, shout out to Coach Eddie earlier saying that he had to get used to this new wave of boxing promotion fans, right? They're not even fans of the fighters anymore. They're fans of the promotional companies. But fine, this applies to the promotional companies too. No one promotional company is bigger than the sport, right? So the PBC not actively rolling out fights or giving us the fights, you can clearly see boxing is moving very comfortably, moving on. Fights are being made. If it's not going to be on the platform that people wanted to be on, well, here we go. We got David Benavidez and Riyahd getting ready to fight Anthony Yarde. One monkey don't stop the show, no pun intended. At the end of the day, there's a big, broad landscape perspective of what's going on out here called International World Championship Boxing, and you either going to get with it or you're going to get ran over, right? I mean, I don't know. It seems like that at least. Shout out to LDVC Glazing Henny. Why do you hate on Tank? Why do you hate on Tank so much? Yeah, you guys are caught up. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? The reality though is that we see you guys all over the place, and the approach that you guys use to deal with holding boxers accountable in the sport to giving you guys and us as fans what we want, and what they're asking for us is our money. What we're asking for them is the best fights and the biggest fights. Your fake firewall or loyalty to one fighter that you use to defend a fighter not being active, you're also have lost your credibility in the space, right? So what's happened to you, the Tank fan or the promotional company fan? You're being ignored, right? You're losing because now the boxing space and the people who control the ability to give you fights, they don't even hear you anymore because they understand how enchanted and mesmerized and hypnotized you've become with boxing, with boxers, that you're just hating in the background now. You're talking, but we don't even hear you because you make no difference. You move no needles in the space. You have no credibility. You're just white noise at this point. So at some point or another, you'll have an option to support the sport, celebrate the sport for what it is, and you'll move on, or you'll be stuck on your island. Your fighter who won't even give you an interview or acknowledge you in any kind of way or give you anything to entertain you, to the point to where you have to speculate and make content up because he could care even less than the promoters who are putting on the fights about what you think, right? He could care even less than them. He'll leave the sport eventually and do his thing, and he won't even know what you're talking about and how hard you've been fighting for him on these platforms, defending him not fighting. And you'll be left with a decision then as well. Who will get the glazing from you when he's no longer available to be glazed? I'm thinking, watching you guys, it might be Abdullah Mason, and he deserves it. He's an active fighter and he's doing great things. I'm thinking that's where your lips will land once it gets off of gets off a tank. But yeah, deaf ears. You guys have nothing to share that none of us want to hear about. Really just pathetic. Unfortunately, I'm assuming you're a man too who's doing that, so that compounds it even worse, knowing that you're a man doing that. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, moving on. It is what it is, right? I mean, we could be honest about that. I hate to do it like that and say it that way, but it's beyond pathetic, man. And you're probably a black man too. Just do better, man. I want a better version of us out here, bro. Because how do you raise children, be a man, and move the way you move and talk the way you talk? And it's just
too busy attaching themselves to something they're not, bro. Instead of just being themselves. Got to be in the it crowd. Got to be in high school again.
No. They're being themselves. What they are is followers. You
know what? Absolutely, you're right.
You know what's funny about it? I can't remember who was speaking on this, but they were talking about how the black church became so powerful in our community, right? And that our community got caught up and mesmerized in following a Martin Luther King or a Malcolm X, and that we've always had a community of followers, right? We got caught up in the group thing, and we moved away from being individual thinkers. And what they were talking about was, how did the Democrat Party, and I don't want to make it political, but just to give a quick example, just to show you where I'm coming from with this, how did the Democrat Party pull in the black community, being that back in the Martin Luther King days, they were Republicans, right? Why? Because they didn't have the option to get on government assistant programs, and they weren't in the schools and the hospitals. We were pretty much ostracized and redlined out of all these things going on in the country. And we had to build for ourselves. So we had a lot more individual thinkers. But what happened? They were able to galvanize a community through the church, right? The NAACP was able to maneuver and get a Reverend Martin Luther King to go ahead and mesmerize and grab the black people's perspective and start to group them together. And once they were able to do that, well, wherever the leader at that time pointed for them to go is where they stayed. You understand what I'm saying? Is where they ended up, and they lost the ability to think for themselves. So going through what our community has gone through in the space, we've all adopted. A lot of us have adopted that group mentality. So we follow very easily. We're all a lot of followers, especially the men in our community, right? We follow very easily. We follow our women. We follow them into anything now. We follow the church. You know what I mean? We follow what people say. So what do? We have crab in a barrel mentality. So whenever one of us straggle off the plan and we start to think, the rest of them will attack.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? To get you back in place and to check you. They'll attack you instinctively. They don't even know why they're doing it. So yeah, that's why I said to you, Ray, no, they're being themselves. They're followers. We have a community of followers now. And naturally, without even understanding, most of us are Manchurian candidates waiting for some sort of sign that will trigger us to talk, to walk, and to act accordingly. This goes back to school, getting made fun of for sitting in the front of the class rather than sitting in the back of the class. This is for making fun of the smart guy, bullying them. This is for the group mentality that we've carried to our own demise and our own detriment, that we've used to break our own community down for years. What's going on here is just a surface level symptom of a greater issue, which is the lack of critical thinking and the lack of individuality inside of our community. Sorry to make this an economic rant, but just wanted to put some perspective as to why you morons do what you do.
Damn. Moron.
Never knew why you did it. I'll just share it with you. while you're doing. Go ahead.
And two, what it is for the last, I guess, maybe couple hundred years, as black folks, we think it's only room for one dude, for one nigga. You see what I mean? It's like once that one nigga is picked, everybody else should fall in line and fall suit because the pick has already been made. You see what I mean? So, like I say, then you get the echo chamber, whatever the case may be. Now, this is no diss, but I was listening to the knockout the other night, and when they were talking about Jerron Boots and Norman, he was like, we already made our pick. It's Boots. He the man. And that's essentially that's the mentality. Once black people as a group make the pick, you don't want to see not even another black person rival it. They'll have more respect for another race, but not the black race. And as long, like I say, anybody comes in contact with Tank, you see that the wall go up. They like the Keyshawn till Keyshawn started talking shit about Tank. They like the Shakur till Shakur got the 135. Devin was already there, so of course they didn't like Devin. Okay, Abdullah Mason, they don't see a chance for Abdullah and Tank to fight, so they like Abdullah. But let Abdullah come out tomorrow and say he want to whoop Tank Davis' ass, they're gonna turn on him because everybody has made their pick. The problem is the pick ain't showing up no more. He ain't making big fights. You see what I mean? This Devin Haney and Norman fight, this is a big fight. You see what I mean? It's not just about one guy. It's a big fight. Oh yeah, they're going to, but it's not gonna help. It's not gonna help. It's not gonna help because the world, the hardcores are gonna see. See what Turkey doing is for the hardcore. He not playing into the black Mexican thing and all that. He putting two black guys that's arguing, one a star and one is a budding star, and he making them a headline. This is for the hardcore. See, the casuals have ruled and the numbers have went down. But the hardcores are not excited. Now we're excited again, and we gonna sing the praises. We gonna spread the word. You see what I mean? Because we're getting these exciting fights, and that's how you rebuild boxing. It's the turkey turnover.
Yeah, and Too Rich, to add to what you said, right, and just to put some perspective on it, their voices are falling on deaf ears now, very similar to us as a community in the politics of this country, right? What has happened? We've given away our votes. We've given away our support. They no longer have to give us anything. We have already been programmed to be where we're supposed to be. Whereas the other communities, you need to give them things. You need to go during election time. You better go over into the Jewish community and see what they need. You better go over into the Asian community and see what they need. You better go over into these communities and see what they need and tell them that you're going to give it to them because they might not give you their vote. But we already in line, so they ignore us. And bringing it full circle back into boxing, because all we do is cry, because all we do is support who we support with no payout. We don't need the fights. We can go with 5 events for the year and still cheer you on like you did 15 events. What has happened? They no longer have to worry about us. So your Al Haymans, your Leonard Ellaby, who's left the sport, your promoters who should be feeding you what you need, they're no longer concerned about you. They're looking at another demographic. Same thing with hip hop. They're no longer concerned about giving you music because their concerts are 75% another persuasion. They're more concerned about entertaining and becoming jesters for people who aren't of their culture, because those are the people who are paying for the tickets and paying for the paying for them and making them millionaires, and the record executives don't look like them and things of that nature. They no longer care about you crying and whining about being ignored or whatever you're saying, because you don't matter. All you do is cry. And in the boxing space, our community does not fight for big fights to happen. So we don't get nobody cares about what you guys are saying no more. Just your people in your chats and just the people in your little community that you're rubbing elbows with that validate you in some kind of way to make you feel like you're more important than I promise you are. And it doesn't help boxing. So boxing has been torn down for years now, slash and burn, and that might be giving them credit. Feral pigs completely crapping over everything, leaving nothing behind but broken down shrubbage, no type of growth, unfertilized lands. And at this point, it's free to kill all y'all as we see y'all run by. It's all year long on a feral Tank fan.
Hey, but it's, on the other side of that too, some of it they're seeing the changing of the guard. See, it no longer, the boxing universe no longer centers around Tank Davis now. You see what I mean? So the guard is changing and they're trying to hold on to that. But the only way they can hold on, Tank got to do it. The PBC got to do it. They got to make something big happen, but they're probably not going to do it. Now, another thing, like I said, just the ending of an era. The new characters are coming in. And if you know the story of the great Al Heyman, which I'm a fan of Al Heyman, whatever, in the music industry, you know, he was a big music promoter. And he did the same thing. He backed himself in a corner. They said it was Al against everybody, all the music promoters. He was Al on one side, all the music promoters on the other. And eventually Al left and came to boxing. And here we are, we're a decade in. We're right back in the same. It's all about patterns. We're right back in the same position. It's Al against everybody. And last time he left. And we heard Tank say, me and Al, we're leaving.
Thank you.
You know, we just kind of got to watch it play out. We got to watch it play out.
You too, Rich. You hit it right now, man. We got to watch it play out. And for the people who love boxing, there's a lot of boxing going on. It ain't if you're a PBC fan, salute to you. I'm a PBC fan, believe it or not. I'm just not a fanboy. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to change that, by the way, because that fan thing with me doesn't sit right. Every time I say it, I'm cringe. I kind of cringe inside, even for Terrence Crawford. I'm a supporter of the PBC. I'm a supporter of Terrence Crawford. I'm a supporter of great fights, and I'm a supporter of boxing. I'm not too much of a fan of any other man. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I'm saying that is because there should be a line drawn in the sand between us and you guys. And I hate to share a word with you guys, for somebody to even believe for one moment that that I'm affiliating or relating myself to any way that you think. At the end of the day, though, boxing is doing great. July is a great month of boxing. We got so much boxing going on this month. I don't understand how you could even act like this is bad. If you're tearing down Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney fighting each other, shame on you. If you're throwing shots at Terrence Crawford daring to be great to go fight Canelo Alvarez, shame on you. If you're throwing shots at Shakur Stevenson fighting Williams and Payton, getting a chance to have a breakout fight, you're not supporting that young black man from doing something great for himself, shame on you. If you're throwing shots at Keyshawn Davis because you finally got an opportunity to throw a shot at him because he made a dumb little YN, I was going to say the wrong words, right? A YN mistake, and you're not cheering him on to come back better than he left, and you're not cheering him on, shame on you. Shame on all these people who think that boxing is all about one or two fighters, and anybody who goes against their fighters deserves to get the amount of nasty ridicule that you guys have provided to the game. It does nothing for the sport. 9 out of 10 times doesn't build to a great fight. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. And your voices are every single day getting lower, lower, lower. Hashtag insignificant, insignificant, insignificant every single day. We're ignoring you. We've been ignoring you for a long time. And if you don't change it up, eventually, we won't even know you're there.
Right. You know what I always say, right? I think Al Heyman is a bot. I think Tom Brown is Al Heyman. No, I'm just playing. I'm just saying that because of the record company, Clay. I'm just messing.
Turkey just need to go ahead and get Al $500 million about the PBC, man.
He need to buy both PBC and Top Rank. Get these fighters together, man.
Get them together. Get all these. Let me tell you something. Things only work one way, man. When power come around, shit get laid flat. Everybody get leveled. So if it's a tornado, all the houses get leveled. Well, Turkey is a power. All the promoters got to get leveled. You want the money? What you gonna do? Only way you can fight back is to band together. If they're not gonna band together, then let Turkey just buy the whole damn thing and let them fight. You see what I mean? But if boxing is to succeed, it has to come together. Like, you got to have all these great fighters fight each other. You see what I mean? And that's what's going to make it big, because that's what's going to create the excitement, the matchups. Look, we got these two guys. That's the excitement. The fight going to be the fight. But we buy the offer. You see what I mean? We buying what's being advertised to it. And these matchups are great, man. I don't know what they're talking about. This is the best boxing I'm been to me in a while, and I'm excited.
And it's crazy that you say that. And on the back end of that, they're just going to turn around and the other people are just going to shoot down the fight, say how bad it is, saying they're overpaying fighters, saying this guy, is a duck, or this guy did this. And I have something to ask the panel for this. So we consider Teofimo or Boots in as a duck for offers being made to them and with fighters. Then what happened when Leonard Ellaby, and this is a shot, when Leonard Ellaby said you cannot offer the A side a fight, right? Because last I checked, the fight was offered because they've been trying to get the fight. This guy stayed at 135 just to get that fight, and he gave up on him, right? Just like everybody else, moving along. But at that time, he sent an offer, and he was told that you cannot offer the A side a fight. And I'm like, hold on, who's the undisputed champion here? So was it really a duck, or was it really a side can't be offered a fight? Because in most cases, all these people were offered fights in the same aspect. Virgil Ortiz or Turkey was offering Boots Ennis, who was the A side, clearly a fight. So how was that even possible, right? But yet Boots was labeled a dub. Crazy work, ain't it? How it works on the other end when you talk that shit.
But the way I see it, I try to tell people like the A side is really circumstantial. Like everybody think it's written in the. It depends on the promoter and who wants to put on the fight. You see what I mean? Like I try to tell. We know the PBC eventually put on Errol Spence versus Crawford, but if you go look at the lawsuit that Crawford had against Top Rank, he's suing because Bob Arum didn't put on the Errol Spence fight because Terrence Crawford was supposed to be the A side, but if the PBC like, no, we ain't coming over there, we ain't B side to nobody, they could just decide it. It's not written in stone. People negotiate all the time. You negotiate with Ryan. Ryan was the Golden Boys A side. He got paid like an A side. Gervonta Davis got paid like an A side. So the A side stuff is really circumstantial. You know what I mean? It just depends on who putting on the fight. But if Turkey put on the fight, all that goes out the window. All the A side mean who get mentioned first on the poster. You know what I mean?
And they double down on that, right? It gets even better. So you hear collectively that nobody wants to talk anything outside of boxing when it comes to their favorite fighters, any type of legal activities or court appearances or things like that. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. We don't, or let the guy go, or the guy did his time, whatever the case may be. But as soon as there's another fighter, aka even Devin Haney, what do they want to do? They want to kick his back in with everything outside the legal system, right? Because when you had Charlo's situation, they didn't want to talk about it. Tank situations with legally, they didn't want to talk about it, or they want to defend it. When you had Wilder in his situation, they wanted to defend it. As soon as it's Devin Haney or Bud Crawford, anything outside of boxing, all of a sudden, we can talk about this because we can kick their back in because they're the most hated in the sport. So it's funny how these fans, as Clay would call them, or crabs in a barrel, like to hold down the wrong people, but they don't hold their own people accountable. Funny work.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of add to what you were saying and sum it up, in my opinion, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? So the A side is not based off of all the data and analytics exclusively that people use to call the A side the A side. I'm sure it factors into a certain degree, but somebody like Turkey Al-Sheikh brings another perspective to the conversation, right? Because Turkey could give a damn about bums in seats and pay-per-views being sold. He's more into the competitive nature of the sport, and he's more into styles clashing and trying to make boxing great again. He don't care about how many pay-per-views you sold because he doesn't determine, his analytics doesn't say that he needs to sell pay-per-views. He doesn't care about how many bums are in the seats necessarily, because it doesn't always matter, the bums in the seats, because he has different agendas and different narratives depending on where he's at in the process of building a card. In the Manhattan fight that happened in Times Square, he was more concerned about the spectacle of the fight. He wanted the fight to attract a casual fan that likes video games and wanted to introduce him to competitive boxing. Granted, it didn't turn out the way he wanted it to turn out, but he definitely didn't take into consideration 70,000 people sitting in the seats or however many pay-per-views selling, being that, the fight was damn near for free, right? It wasn't free, but it was so cheap. When he's building a fight up like Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, he's probably a little bit more concerned about the bums in seats. So you see him push the promotion out 4 months out. He wants to sell 70,000 plus seats. He wants to break records. So he's going to approach it differently at that time. People like David Benavidez and Tank Davis aren't going to be able to leverage their star power as much as they'd be able to leverage their skill set. Their skill set makes them a high sought out commodity from a Turkey Al-Sheikh who wants to put them inside of the ring with other great fighters. But he doesn't give a damn so much about your pay-per-view sales or the amount of asses you put in seats, because he's not so caught up on the profit as you are. He's not so caught up on that as much as he is on facilitating the best fighting the best. So A side, B side conversation starts to get a little bit of perspective, needs a little bit of perspective needs to start being put on it, because beauty is in the eye of the painter, the beholder, the person who's buying the art. That's where the leverage starts to become who's the A side and the B side. And for Turkey, it's not about making the money, at least just yet. It's about something else. So what are you going to leverage in that conversation if it isn't your willingness to fight the best fights out there?
You know, a perfect example of that, Abdullah Mason versus Floyd Schofield. Who the A side? You see, it's gonna probably be who is gonna put on the fight.
Right.
You see what I mean? So, you know, like I say, with Turkey eliminates that, because he, like you say, he into the competitive nature. Now, I did a short when Turkey first came out, and on that interview, he was saying that he said he understands why the big fights don't get made. It's because of financing. They really, and like a lot of people say, oh, this person ducking this person, but a lot of time when you fight, you got two A-side fighters fighting. It's expensive. So a fight with Tank Davis versus Devin Haney would be expensive for the PBC. A fight against Shakur would be expensive. That's why the fight's not happening. It had nothing to do with somebody ducking somebody. It's a matter of the money. When the Tank opponents normally get if you look, they're in a certain pay scale, 500 to 800,000 maybe guaranteed. You know, they keeping it in a certain pay scale. So all of a sudden, you bring a Devin Haney or a Shakur, now you got to get them $3-4 million. Well, you know, I remember Leonard Ellerby saying, Bob Arum not gonna let his fighters come over here and fight for pennies. You see what I mean? So that letting you know they was doing events. They were putting on events. Tank was a star. I get it. The problem is the fans start believing he's the best and not understanding you're really looking at an event that's there to make money. You see what I mean? But that fight that proves you the best might not be the biggest money maker, but that's going to be the one that proves you the best. Only because the fight is more expensive to put on. But when Turkey come in, you don't have to worry about that. Just put the fight on. You see what I'm saying? He eliminated all that. You're going to get your money. You're going to get what you want. Turkey, I don't know if y'all caught this. Turkey said when he was talking about Tank, he would still be willing to work with Tank or whatever the case may be. He said, we have hard fights over here for him. He said that for a relay. You know, we're not doing that play stuff. You come over here, you can get your money, but you're going to take a hard fight.
Yeah, yep, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, who is it in here? I want to shout out to King KO, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Backdoor Bud, like holding hands with Turkey, hella sus. Keep that same energy when David Benavidez is holding Turkey's hand too. You know, at the end of the day, culture is something that can either be respected. People who are
ignorant,
people who are well versed in cultures around the world learn to respect culture. People who are really just like hood booger, local, you know what I mean, intelligent inside your ignorant circle, people will ostracize culture, right? And they'll turn it into some fake rainbow flag nonsense and try to affiliate what Turkey's doing with some sort of quick to refer to things with no homo and pause society of people who find a way to connect everything that we do in life to some homosexual narrative, right? Hence the fallen state of our country and of our own community, but won't respect what real culture looks like, where Turkey Al-Sheikh may invite Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford to a dinner and it be a full open dinner, and he sees that as this is how our culture embraces new people, and take that as a respect to Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. No, what we'll do is we'll turn it into some gay, soft, these guys aren't serious, because we have no actual palate for like real culture. It tastes like, bitter to us, right? There's no sweetness to it. When you see somebody who understands how food works, just an example, you just don't have that palate. You spit it out and order the chicken tenders, right? Because that's what your palate is used to. So you'll look at Turkey holding the hand of Canelo Alvarez or Terrence Crawford, or your favorite fighter, David Benavidez, who will probably be in that same situation, and you'll try to shame him and say that he's lowering himself down. Or when they call him His Excellency, you'll make it a big deal and turn it into them taking a knee down and making another man bigger than them, because you're just really insecure and worried about what other people think about them. Let's be real. Probably didn't have a father, emasculated to a large degree and trying to make your bones out in these streets over your $150 Jordans, right? So you're out there risking it all, throwing your whole life away and don't have no respect of culture. So you make fun of stuff like that, right? You'll say he's holding the hand. That's real sus. What does even sus mean, right? Suspect, right?
Hey, Clay, and they're just because they don't like Turkey, or they're resisting. I ain't gonna say they don't like them, they're resisting Turkey right now. But the same people that cheer for the mob when they kiss each other on the cheek, though, they won't have a problem with it.
Yeah, because they know the mob will come up and throw them somewhere, right? And get rid of them and get you out the way. So they're gonna respect that, but they won't respect, culture. You know what I mean? It's really pathetic. Even with the arguments made with Turkey a long time ago about how he treated women and how how they did this and this, that's culture, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not with beating on women or suppressing them, but there was also a large group of women coming out of Saudi Arabia who look at the women over here working, driving around, raising kids by themselves and say, what type of savagery is that? I would never live that way. There's a lot of women coming from another culture who covers their face, who look at it for what it is, which is we're actually being praised over here and treated like the biggest treasure that the country has to offer. And our looks are so powerful, our beauty so powerful that it would distract men into doing what men need to do. So for the sake of our society, we understand the power that we have with our beauty, so we cover our feminine energy up to not distract the men so they can focus on doing what they need to do. Hence us working and driving ourselves around, that's actually beneath us, and we're actually happy that we don't have to do those things. Now, some women want to drive and should be afforded the freedom too, and I heard in Saudi Arabia they're flexing differently now, but at the end of the day, the disrespect, the lack of intellectual integrity that it takes to get behind respecting a culture, not just running your mouth out the side of your neck, is so absent from this space. Once again, most people are instructed. They come over here from other countries, Africans, Saudi Arabians, Europeans, and they're schooled by a few things. Not many, but one of them is ignore them niggas. And number two is make sure that you don't embarrass us when you go out there. That's one thing that they're being schooled to. And they're rightfully being schooled to that, because you guys rarely are bringing anything worthwhile to the table for anybody to listen to. It's just toxic energy.
Right. And I don't want to be disrespectful, but let's talk about Seth for a second. A guy sitting in a chrome house chair with bangs, all saucy. You know what I mean? Let's talk about Seth for a second. We talked that same guy kissing Adrian Broner in a picture. Let's talk about Seth when that guy is jumping in Diddy's arms. Let's talk about Seth when your favorite fighter is dancing in his kitchen in his underwear, snapping his fingers and stomping like he had some Moulin Rouge commercial. Come on, bro. You want to talk about sus? All that sus. But we don't talk about it. We don't bring that into the paragraph of Gervonta Davis just because, fingernails, right? Carrying the green purse. Oh, yeah, we can go all down the line. Pink minks, coats. You know what I mean? We can go down the line, but there's no need to do that. You know why? Because y'all follow that trend because he's your favorite fighter and y'all feel like that's manly. But you know what? I got news for you. It ain't, bro. But it's cool.
I think this is understated. It's underrated.
You got to think too, man. You got we're people that culture has been erased and replaced. You see what I mean? So when we look at other people and their culture is intact, it's weird. See, a lot of people don't know how to take it because we don't have one. You know, What is it? Hip hop? Is hip hop our culture? No, we have
more. For a moment, but it's not our culture.
Yeah, we still have somewhat of a slave mentality. You see what I mean? We're working our way out of it. Don't get me wrong, but when we see other cultures where they stuff intact, it's kind of weird to some people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you learn how to educate yourself about it.
Instead of asking questions and respectfully, looking at them and being like, I wonder why they do that. We pass judgment. We automatically think that whatever we got here, somebody else automatically wants it. And it's not necessarily true all the time. Granted, I love America. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I'm super patriotic. And anybody who knows me on a personal level knows how much I love my country. So, it's not a game with me. I literally got American flag in the back of my truck that I drive around with proudly. And I'm a Haitian American, second generation Haitian American. You know what I'm saying? I was in the military and everything. Don't get me started when we talk about this conversation about patriotism, nationalism. I love this country. But at the end of the day, one of the horrible things that we do over here that we have to learn to stop doing is disrespecting other cultures who have their own thing that moved the needle over there. And we got to stop passing judgment to the point to where we think we're so high up that we can step down on them and spit on them, because you guys are talking crap where per capita, their bag blows away our money per capita. They literally, that small little country, Saudi Arabia, just bailed out our country with committing damn near over 600, I want to say $600 billion damn near committing to us over here to help our military out and to help our country out, who's upside down in our finances, over $36 trillion in debt. So something they're doing over there holds a little bit of weight. Your arrogance stinks up the room. And your group mentality and refusal to think on your own embarrasses us as a community. It really does on a general conversation landscape of things.
Fair point.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? This one went left a little bit, right? This conversation definitely.
I know. You know what I had to throw it out there. You know what I mean? Make it understandable. Like, yo, before you cast a stone, make sure you ain't got nothing cast back at you, bro. Because it'd be crazy, bro.
Well, I mean, it went left.
But you know what?
Now we earned a reputation.
It's really not separated from boxing, man, because the same mentality goes into boxing. I always say boxing is life, man. You know, the same principles. It's the same thing you need in life to succeed. A game plan. Sometimes you got to jab. Sometimes you got to throw a right cross. Sometimes you got to feint. You know what I mean? It's life. And the same mentality that you have about life and politics, normally it goes into boxing.
Yeah. I think we have a subculture. And a lot of time sometimes as a group, we're afraid of criticism, we're afraid of accountability, we're afraid to correct course. Just because something changed doesn't mean that it changes for the better. Just because you change something don't mean it's good. Sometimes change isn't good. Sometimes it's best to leave things the way they are. You know, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. So when you try to upgrade or try to liberate or try to change things, a lot of times you wind up screwing things up, because if you can look at television, for instance, it used to be a show called Father Knows Best. Now it's Father Knows Less. The father has been reduced to a bumbling idiot who knows absolutely nothing, has been turned into a clown show, and he's a second-class citizen. And it reflects on our culture. You know, from white culture to black culture. A lot of time, Dr. Thomas Sowell made a book. It was called Black Rednecks. And what the culture that we're exhibiting right now is actually Southern redneck culture right now. That's what we're doing right now. Degenerate behavior, you know, just a whole degeneracy. That's Southern redneck culture, and we learned it from Southern rednecks.
Yeah.
But we glorify the foolishness. We epitomize and we perpetuate our own demise. If it's something good, we don't want it. If it's something bad, we love it. That's why you go to your store, the first thing in the neighborhood, which you got liquor stores and blunts. That's it. Yep. You see cigarillos, tobacco laying all over the floor, you know, Nick sacks all over the place, man. You know, bottle top 50, you know, two for $1 malt liquor. Anything to facilitate your demise, they're gonna put it in your community. But for some reason, you speak out about it. Oh, you a coon. So I guess Malcolm X would be considered a coon. You go back and listen to his speech. He talks about a lot of doing for self. Stop. It's embarrassing for you to beg somebody to give you a doggone job. You should be creating one on your own. Yeah. It's embarrassing. But I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah. Eating BBW. Peace out. Make another name up so you can come up in another.
He
another
came up
name.
with that name 3 times already.
Yeah, I got rid of him. We don't got time for those games. But that being said, but once again, he's just programmed, right? He can't even read. He can't even see the 3 through the 4s. Like, he can't even save it for another show and be like, if I say that now, I'm gonna look kind of stupid based off everything Clay said. But you know what? I'm just gonna say it anyway. Clay, who did something in your butt? Ha ha ha. Yeah, bro. Can't even help yourself. Compelled. I know. Compelled. How could you not say that, right? It is what it is.
It's the internet, Clay. It's the internet. You know what they do? They get tough. So you know what I mean? That's why I said y'all don't even understand. Y'all don't know what a phone book is, a payphone is. Y'all and I say this to you know what I mean, riding bikes with no helmets, BMX, jumping off big ass hills, skateboard, scraping up your knees, all that dumb shit. Running barefooted in races in the street. Y'all know that shit. all y'all know is video games and how to talk shit to video games. And y'all bring that shit to the internet, and then y'all think y'all some hard ass shit because y'all done play Call of Duty and shoot sideways. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all some coward ass. I don't even want to insult y'all. You know what? I have love for y'all. I just hope that somebody finds y'all and helps you one day, or you find help. That's all. And much respect.
Let me say this. You know what's interesting too? I look at this from a psychological point of view. Is I did a short, and the question was PBC a cult? Right now, cult is just short of culture. But when you see the fanaticism that's associated, I don't even know if it's really with Tank or if it's with the PBC or if it's with Al Heyman. But the fandom that they have is spectacular. You know what I mean? They're tooth and nail, man. It's like I believe some of them give up their life for Tank and the PBC. You know, one dude on BLTB, he looked at his page, the dude talking about he'll suck Tank wanky stuff. You know, like these people are fanatics, man. But it's kind of amazing because I think as content creator, well, we can build that fanaticism. You see what I mean? So I kind of look at how do things work though. Like, damn, these jokers are the best fans in the world. You see what I mean? The best fans in the world. So I'm kind of fascinated with how the PBC was able to create that. Was it Al? Was it the music industry? Was it Floyd? Is it Tank? It's kind of interesting though.
Yeah. I think in due time, and I think we all as content creators, especially, you know, I mean, obviously me, Ray, and Too Rich. I don't think Coach Eddie necessarily creates content. I don't think you do, Coach, right? I don't think he does. But I think ultimately in the marathon version of this, and if we treat it like what life is, and life is a marathon, it's not a race. When you race, you look good up front. You know what I mean? You start separating yourself, and it starts to look like you're that guy. But the real survivor and the one who's really part of the creation is the guy who keeps the pace. And I think we keep a good pace of dropping real content on boxing. There's so much boxing to talk about. Today's show specifically really was not as filled with content as I normally try to do. Normally we're covering the broad space of boxing, and we'll do that. You know what I'm saying? Next week we got a big week coming. Actually, to be honest with you, next week is a start of the end of the summer as far as I'm concerned, because the rest of the summer is looking crazy all the way up until that fight with Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez in September. And honestly, no, it'll probably end. It'll end with a bang with Conor Benn and Chris Eubank too, which is coming on the following week after that event, which is going to be big within itself. So, you know, we're going to be talking about a lot of boxing in the coming weeks. Not a lot of PBC events. You know, I know people were betting on the David Benavidez PBC event to be one of them, but it doesn't look like that's going to be one. So we'll be anticipating the announcement of Gervonta Tank Davis and Lamont Roach too, whenever that drops. We'll be talking about a lot of boxing, and a lot of boxing that'll be happening on Matchroom cards, on Ring Magazine cards, on Riyahd season cards, on Top Rank cards, on Golden Boy cards. We'll be talking about all the fights that are coming out. MVP, I'm sure we'll drop cards. Boxing is doing as good as it's ever done. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even better than it's ever been, in my opinion. And you got to give a lot of credit to Turkey financing and a lot of these fights. Even Top Rank is saying, look, man, Turkey's been financing us or whatever they got going. I think that's what we're going to see Top Rank, by the way. Don't be shocked if you don't see Top Rank merging with Riyahd or Ring Magazine. That's probably what's going to happen.
Why not? Shit, why not?
Yeah, that's why it's happening. So we'll be talking about a lot of boxing. You know what I'm saying? This show right here was just more so, I think, me personally, waking up this morning, seeing what I saw on my Twitter feed, I said to myself, damn, bro, my perspective has aged like wine. You know, if you didn't follow me, and why would you have? I was a nobody this time last year. 2 years ago, a year and a half to 2 years ago, the reason why I was ostracized the way I was in this boxing space was my ability to speak some truth into what I saw the trajectory of the sport heading in. And just being honest and being new to YouTube, never doing anything like this, not realizing how much how toxic the space was in, and how attacked and you know what I mean, ostracized you can get inside of these boxing rooms, thinking that I was entering rooms that were filled with fellow boxing enthusiasts who wanted to talk about boxing and share different perspectives and things of that nature. And obviously the reception wasn't the best reception, but it motivated me to do what we have here as far as what this platform exudes, and I try to exude every time we have a show, is for the people who love boxing. You know what I mean? But here we are today, for me to see how Turkey has moved into space, for me to see all the great boxing that we've been able to see, knowing that boxing was on a downward trajectory. It just wasn't providing real boxing fans with what they wanted to see. You know, people, you know, shout out to Blood Sports Boxing, retro boxing documentaries, if you want to know what I'm talking about, who also supported me. But, you know, his people like him, Echo, Bruce Gas Boxing, people who I became familiar with, who became scholars in the game, and who always, you know, you could tell that those kind of guys were underfed, malnutritioned in a boxing game that refused to act right, where across the street politics dominated every aspect of the sport. You just kind of had to take what you could get. Watching where boxing is now, there's such hope in the game to see great fights. There's such hope for the legacy fighters who are aiming to become unified and undisputed champions to get the respect that they deserve. To see Devin Haney finally find somebody who's willing to facilitate him a space to be great in, win, lose, or draw. To see Shakur Stevenson find somebody who's willing to support him, win, lose, or draw, being great fights. You know, to see how Keyshawn Davis was able to get moved forward, Abdullah Mason getting moved forward, Bruce Shushu Carrington getting moved forward. All these guys, by the way, Ring Magazine ambassadors who your favorite promoters would never support the way they needed to be supported in order for them to have an opportunity to show you how badass they really are in the ring. I love where boxing is today. I feel sorry for anybody who doesn't understand that boxing is getting love like they never did. Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to even Dana White, Nick Khan. Shout out to Max Kellerman. Shout out to Bob Arum for seeing the light. Shout out to Oscar De La Hoya for reacting the way he did and making his cards even more competitive. Shout out to Frank Warren for unifying with the zone. Shout out to all these parts in boxing that are now agreeing to come together now and crush the across the street politics to give us what we deserve as fans, the best fights that are possible. And anybody who's on the sideline hating on that or trying to get in the way of that, bro, it's an exposing that I don't know you'll ever be able to shake. We'll always remember you. We'll always know who you are. And as time goes by, your stake, your position has been aging and aging like milk. I'll give you the credit of good cheese, being that you're able to pack out your rooms with people, but cheese nonetheless. Quick fixes for somebody who has the munchies. But the meat and potatoes, the satiating aspect of what boxing can provide us, I'm happy we got somebody pushing that, because I'm always been a steak and potatoes kind of guy. You heard? Always been. Let's see here. We got Ross Clot, Shelton up here.
What's up, y'all?
Salute Ross. How you doing, family?
Hey, I was just chilling. I just want to say one thing, man, because you was cooking earlier. You know, the problem is when a lot of these trolls and stuff, when they get to these channels, they're not used to seeing an actual boxing channel that's just talking about boxing and keeping it on the even playing field, right? Because you could go on YouTube right now and there'll be a channel where it's 10 million Spence videos, 10 million Tank videos. You know what I'm saying? So they're not used to that. They're not used to a boxing channel that is just across the board talking about boxing and that's it. It's not, there's no favoritism or nothing. So when they hear a channel like this one and other channels that's like this one, they're not used to it. So they're like, oh, what do you mean? You're a Haney lover or Tank is this, Tank is that, PBC is that. They don't know because they're only watching one thing and they're casual fans. They only watch Tank. They only watch, you know, whoever it is that they gravitate to. That's what their channel is. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of popular channels out there, and you could look at the BS that they got because now they're monetized and they want to get certain favors, so they kiss the butts of certain fighters. And yeah, that's not what we got here. So, and I salute to what y'all doing. Y'all doing everything y'all doing is what I like. That's why I like this page.
Man, I appreciate you, Ross Scott. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Shelton, how you doing, man? You back up here. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm back in the building, man. I just, I dig your channel, man, because like it's another channel I dig recent. I dig real heavy, and both these channels are unbiased. You're not talking about Haney's this or Tank is this or Bud is this or Spence is this. You're just talking about boxing, the sport, and that's the biggest problem that I see with today's fans. They're not fans of the sport. They're fans of fighters, and that the sport doesn't grow that way. You know what I mean? I mean, just look at this. Look at the Errol Spence Terrence Crawford situation. How many channels just shut down after Spence got mollywopped?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Never heard from him again because that was the only content that they pushed him.
How many channels were actually created off of just hating off Terrence for like 6 months to a year?
Exactly.
Focus everything on that.
Exactly. And that's the thing. They weren't fans of the sport. They were fans of a fighter. And, that doesn't work because I'm a fan of the sport. Now, for me, I'm 60 years old. So there's nobody on the planet that can tell me that anybody was ever better than Muhammad Ali. Nobody can tell me that.
Right.
But I'm a fan of the sport. And I also understand that everybody has their time. He had his time. Larry Holmes had his time. Mike Tyson had his time. Everybody has their time. That's why you hear a lot of these channels, they want to compare this guy, or he would have did this, you don't know. Because Muhammad Ali is the best fighter that I ever saw.
Facts.
But I don't know what he would have done against Jack Johnson, because Jack Johnson fought 45-round fights. See, is the difference. You can't compare the two.
And even Muhammad Ali bent the knee to Sugar Ray Robinson, right? Even he had his
you don't know.
People came before him.
Like people say that Floyd Mayweather is the best they've ever seen, and I understand that because that's all they've seen. But we don't know what Floyd Mayweather is going to do when they say round 13 or round 14. We don't know because he's never done it. But we know what Sugar Ray Leonard's going to do.
Not funny.
We know what Thomas Hearns is going to do because we saw it. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's why I said you can't compare eras, and we gotta enjoy these guys while they're here in their era because this is their times. Enjoy it for what it is. Stop trying to make it out like this guy is the greatest that's ever. No, we don't know that. We know he's the greatest right now. He's the guy you like right now. But always be a fan of the sport because when this guy retires, we're gonna move on to somebody else.
Hey, let me ask you this. So, this is something I kind of want to do a video about, but I really didn't know how to approach it. But the question is the YouTube content space, is it helping or hurting boxing? Because the way I see it, you don't have a lot of boxing channels that they present themselves. You have fan pages. Fans of a fighter that's talking about boxing. You see what I mean? So with somebody like Tank Davis, with all those channels capping, which I think are a lot of marketers who understand the algorithm, Tank get a lot of impressions or whatever case, we're gonna go this lane or whatever the case may be. But with all those channels promoting that, but the numbers are dropping. So is all that free advertisement effective? Are we selling boxing? Are we selling boxing? See, to me, I sought your channel out because I remember hearing you and I remember hearing the fairness. So I that's why I need to be. I get it. Trust me, it was a shocker. Oh, people don't really want to talk boxing. They just want me to cheer for one guy. And I'm like, fuck that, man. It's boxing. Sometimes we're going to think this way. Sometimes we're going to think that way. It's boxing. So, but it's a hard space. It's a hard grind trying to do it this way. But we got to sell the sport. They're giving us a space. They're giving us a key. Are we selling the sport? Or are we hurting the sport by some channels like putting down fighters? Here goes some of the best fighters that we have to offer. And then somebody else on one channel said they all trash. They're trash. They'll fight trash. Who the hell want to buy this sport if all the fighters are trash?
Exactly.
So,
Yo, real quick. First of all, I want to let the chat know when L Dub says something, he ain't trying to make you laugh. 9 out of 10 times it's fact. As soon as I saw L Dub put up there that Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was just deported by Homeland Security, I didn't take it as a joke. I knew for a fact he was telling the truth. I don't think I've ever seen that man make a real joke before. Nope. So he puts a link into the chat And of course, the link shows. I'm gonna show it. Hold on, let me just show it. Let me just show you what I'm looking at here. And it is what it is, right? It's boxing.
Why would you be surprised though? He's not a citizen of the United States. Of course, they go to court.
Not only is he not a citizen of the United States, but here comes a
I know.
Here comes
the hand-me-down.
1 second. Cancel. Share screen. Image. Blah, 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 blah. Share screen. What is this? Share screen. This is doing something weird. Chrome. Yes. Chrome. Oh, my bad. You know what it is? I got two computers. I got my Mac and my PC going. I'm thinking they're connected. And I'm sitting here like, why won't you show me? That's because I'm not even. Hold on. Bear with me here, bro. My bad, bro. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me here, bro. I'm sitting here like, why won't it show? I don't understand. Hold on a second. Too much going on at one time. Wait, what's going on? Oh my God. I'm doing it again. I'm tapping on my MacBook to tap on my PC. Too many keyboards in front of me here. Hold on 1 second here. Bear with me here. We'll be there in a second. It's awkward, but it'll be okay when it's all said and done. Trust me. Hold on. Let's see here. L-Dub. There it is.
Set up, bro.
There we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And let's do this. And more importantly, let's do this. All right.
Setup, Clay.
Okay, look. So look at this right here. DHS announces ICE arrests a Mexican boxer. That's cool. We all know that. But he's a Sinaloa cartel affiliate with an active criminal arrest for Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Here it is right here. I don't want to even waste time trying to make it bigger. I'll just read it to you. It says the Sinaloa cartel affiliate with an active arrest warrant for trafficking guns, ammunition, and explosives was arrested by ICE. It is shocking the previous administration flagged this criminal illegal alien as a public safety threat, but chose not to prioritize his removal and let him leave and come back into our country, said Assistant Secretary. Under Trump, no one is above the law. Yeah, so this dude gets locked up, dog, for moving guns and everything out here, bro. That's why that man don't give a damn about no boxing match. He's just using that as an excuse to get a ticket into the country. You know what I'm saying? He looks at it as a free ticket in the country, probably made more money on the back end of whatever he was moving than he did on fighting Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying?
But think about this, though. His father was associated with the Sinaloa cartel, so why are we shocked?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Everybody knew that in the 80s. Everybody knew that in the 80s. Everybody in the 80s knew that.
I really was about to say the same thing. Like, Senior is part of the cartel. I was about to say that.
Everybody knew that, bro. They was heavily backing that dude. The cartel was heavily backing JC Senior.
Listen, man. It's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? For something like that, it's kind of crazy, but it's not, because it puts him. For me, hindsight puts it in perspective as to this man's whole entire career, bro. This man has no honor, no integrity, and there's nothing you can do. There's no amount of money you can pay him to be honorable in what he's doing, bro. They're clearly done with him as far as the sport is concerned. I have no interest in seeing him fight, because I know what it's going to be. And shout out to Ryan Frazier, who said, but they cleared him. Yeah, man. Shout out to the Liberal Party, who's completely lost all credibility. Not the party of JFK, completely the party of a bunch of letters in their name community and narrative pushing. You know what I'm saying? That it's here to completely destroy us from the inside out, starting with our women and now aiming their focus at our sons. Yeah, shout out to those guys, man. Doesn't shock me at all that they let that guy slide. Not even a little bit.
So back to the topic at hand.
Right. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, cool. I forgot to write it down. So
no, that's cool, man. You all right? Because I'm a vet too. I'm a combat veteran, so I get it. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I was
going to salute to you for your service. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I mean that.
Everybody up here that serves, including myself. But listen, what you were saying is 100% factual. I'm glad you actually brought that up, because I've been on multiple channels saying that there's a difference. And actually, I didn't go after. We were having a slight debate on Dr. Boxing Talk. Great channel, by the way. You can go follow. He does a lot of boxing conversations.
Shout out to Doc Boxing.
Yeah. But talking to the other panelists, I mentioned that too many fighters are boxer fans, not boxing fans. And literally, I stole the show with that comment. And when I did that, that person really got defensive. He was like, well, not me, blah, 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 da, da, da. And it's like, look, I'm not looking to kick your back, and I'm just telling you how you represent. You're not, if I represent or support a fighter, I'm supporting them based on the accusations and the facts that was presented to me. I'm not supporting the fighter based on what they've done in the ring or whatever. I'm the current situation, right? Just like you support a fighter based on how they support fighters based on their entertainment. Not to mention, a lot of these people that like Tank are only people that like Floyd, and they only went off the cosign because the first cosign was Adrian Broner, and Adrian Broner was that guy, and they always thought Adrian Broner was this guy, and he started cosigning on Gervonta Davis, and when he started cosigning Gervonta Davis, kind of Adrian Broner went by the wayside, and everybody's like shocked. Oh, this is a knockout artist, blah blah blah. He's entertaining, etc. No big deal. I like Tank as a fighter. I always thought Tank was a great fighter. Matter of fact, I share the same last name as that dude. So let me tell you, I don't hate on the dude. I just think it's funny that a lot of people are so emphatical with him and like basically like the baby. I call them baby mamas. So y'all call them fans. I call them baby mamas. They act like they gotta fight you in the street because you said something about them, like you holding this kid or something. Like, yo, it's really crazy out here in these streets, and it's just sad to see that on a constant basis that we're always having to explain more and more every day on something that just makes no sense. It's just boxing talk. And the more you bring to the table when you're talking about boxing, the less distractions you have when you're talking about fighters. Because the fighters have lives, and the fighters are not the sport. And when you talk more about the sport, and you bring up the sport, and then to actually, let me just pinpoint this. When Too Rich asked, does YouTube benefit from boxing benefit from YouTube? Yes and no. Yes, it does, because even with the hate or the push of these boxers, right, you're still getting people diving into boxing. The problem is it hurts boxing because they're only particularly to one fighter or two fighters or one promotional company. They're not watching the whole boxing, and all they want to do is just bash everything else. So yes, it's a catch-22 on that stray, but it is what it is. I think YouTube is doing a great job of bringing boxing back in the sense of ESPN and all main sports media dropping it out of their system.
Yeah, and I wanted to tap into that too. Shout out to Too Rich for the question, because I'm there with Ray on this 50-50 for sure, man. My bad for distracting everybody with the with the DHS, but I thought it was funny. But definitely dialing back into this YouTube space, and I love the topic, by the way. Can't wait to watch the video you drop on this, Too Rich. I really can't. I think this has been a huge topic in the boxing space, and spoke about topic as far as what our job is as content creators in the space, and how effective are we as far as helping the sport get bigger. And I always say it, a lot of these channels focusing on one fighter, I don't know of any of their conversations ever adding up or building up to a fight, right? Very rarely are they selling a fight. Selling the spaces is something that the casual fan is going to make sure that on Saturday, when they hear an event coming up, that they're going to watch it, right? How can they when the only event that matters on their topic is when their fighter is fighting, or to the people who patronize the space that they're talking on. At the end of the day, YouTube is a great tool that can be used for good or evil, a sword of in so many words that can be wielded to enforce justice and protect people, but at the same time used by pillagers and colonizers to take over countries and kill and pillage and take the women and kill the men and all those different things that weapons have been used for in the past. YouTube is that. The content creation space can be a space that can be used in a positive way, to where we're building up boxing. We're talking about events coming up. We're breaking down divisions. We're breaking down championships. We're looking at super divisions like 126 pounds that I think is up and coming, getting ready to be one of those divisions. 130, anything from 126 up to as high as the heavyweight division now seems like it's just jumping right now. I mean, shout out to the lower divisions with Bam Rodriguez and those guys, but right now all these divisions are popping. We can use our spaces to push that and get casual fans into becoming more hardcore fans. But at the same time, we can also trap a bunch of ignorant fans who don't have the capacity to do anything without being ordered to do it. You know, these channels who sit with 200, 300 plus people in their chats all day long could benefit boxing, because they could talk about Bruce Shushu Carrington. They could talk about Abdullah Mason in his next fight. They could talk about and build up the Devin Haney, Brian Norman fight. They could build up the Terrence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez fight and have shows where they're talking about what the potential undercards are. They can do that. They could invite boxers on their channels by not being so opinionated that they have no respect for these fighters. Hence why you don't see a Jerron Boots Ennis doing interviews on none of our channels. You don't see fighters like Javante Tank Davis even showing up on social media as far as giving interviews, because he knows his fan base, and the fan base out there is diabolical and disrespectful, and he knows he could put himself in a situation where he's talking to an ingrate, right? We could do better for boxing without a doubt, but there's always the other side of the conversation, which is that the fan base and the content creation space is toxic. And the toxic energy makes casual fans more interested in that toxic energy that they get when they go to these channels rather than watching boxing and celebrating boxing for what it is. So it's a 50-50 thing. Hopefully, when some of your favorite fighters get moved from left to right and they're not in the space anymore, maybe the fallback will be on just boxing. And at that point, I think YouTube is one of the only vehicles being used that there to be used to push boxing. ESPN's not covering it that way. Fox Sports News isn't covering it that way. A lot of your favorite sports channels, as far as network deal channels, aren't covering boxing in the way to where boxing is going to become big. So I think a lot of where boxing is heading to is going to fall on our shoulders, and it's our responsibility to a degree to continue to push it. That's why you see Turkey Al-Sheikh and DAZN. What did they do? They went and grabbed Showbiz. Shout out to Showbiz. Congratulations to him. You know what I mean? They see it. They acknowledge the influence that YouTube has on the boxing space. But it's definitely a 50-50 thing right now, because just as much as Showbiz and other content creators, I like to include myself in that conversation of people who are pushing the sports forward and trying to celebrate it across the board. Just as much as we may be working to push boxing forward, there still is a large number of detractors and a bunch of fanboys who don't know or value or understand what weight and influence their spot holds.
Speaking to your point,
okay, go ahead.
Tank Davis tried to do that. Remember, he tried to do that. He went on $1 million worth of game. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he opened up and he told the truth. And what did he get for it?
Right.
So he stopped. He learned. I can't tell these dudes what's really going down, because if I do, they're going to use it against me. Because we got to understand, too, us being older guys, we have to understand that these younger guys, these 20 and 30-year-olds are built different. They think different.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand constructive criticism.
Yeah.
If you're not big up in them all the time, then you hate them.
100%.
It's either one or the other with them. And that's not the way you learn and grow as a human being. You have to learn how to accept constructive criticism, take it for what it's worth, and move on. But these guys hold grudges. You're a hater. I'll never speak to you again. Call you out your name. You know what I'm saying?
Be sensitive.
Yeah, I would say, and shout out to Ryan Frazier real quick here. Just want to say, some of those guys don't want to answer the tough questions. I agree. A lot of these guys, I'll tell you what, though, it's funny to me because I agree with you, but they'll go on Ariel Helwani and they'll answer all the tough questions, right? They'll go on Cigar Talk with Najee, shout out to Najee, and answer all the tough questions. And why do I bring up these names? What I'm saying is, if there's respect there and there's some couth about the way you're able to approach talking to these fighters, they let their guards down a little bit. I even saw Tank when he did his interview with $1 million worth of game, or the interview he did with that guy from Baltimore who confronted him on the Lamont Roach fight. Tank was able to answer those questions, and he was comfortable because he understood that this was journalistic integrity standing in front of him and not about celebrating or cutting him down. I think that a lot of these content creation spaces need to understand that your brand makes a big difference as to what you're able to attract. And if you have a reputation of cussing out fighters and getting into it with them and calling them ducks and not respecting them on that level, then they're going to come with a chip on their shoulder when it comes time to speaking with you. Rome wasn't built overnight. It wasn't destroyed overnight, right? So it takes a long time for these things to come full circle. But I think the content creators out here in this space need to acknowledge that a little bit. You know what I mean? Just that, your reputation goes before you enter a room when you're in a space like this. So yeah, do they not want to answer the questions? Maybe, but at the same time, shout out to Ryan Frazier, who may probably be using his experience that he had on the Boxing Voice. At the same time, where a fighter may be asked questions, there's a chance that the phone lines might open up, and some idiot like the one who was in his chat might go up there and say, "Hey, bro, what grew a home in your butt cheeks, right?" And insult you. So you're gonna refrain from answering all questions and speaking so openly because there's a vulnerability in it. I'm guarded with my hands by my face. So I might walk into the room this way. Understanding that the moment I start letting my hands go and getting comfortable, that I'm also removing the defense from my face, and I might get hit with something that I didn't see coming. So there's a lot of reservation from a lot of the boxers in the space to communicate with us the way they would communicate with an Ariel Helwani. Hence why I said that we've lost our credibility with a lot of these fighters, and our voices have fallen on deaf ears. We burnt bridges with so much of the fight game just by being ignorant and just being caught up on impulsively looking to be satisfied in the moment and just letting anything fly out of our uncouth mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Let me give you an example, Clay. So the Canelo and Crawford fight, right? Now we know it's a bit of a spectacle, no doubt about it. But it's the undisputed 168 going against the Terrence Crawford 3 times or 2 times undisputed against 2-time undisputed, whatever it is, right?
Thank you.
I'm thinking, what would be the purpose of using your platform to talk against the fight or to express how much you don't like the fight and how much I will only assume it is to affect the fight. You see what I mean? That's what you're using.
No, it's not. It's to get chat. I'm telling you, you're giving them too much credit. It's about super chats, bro. It's about money. It's about money, getting money right then and there. What we have to understand is that these platforms are not here for boxing. They're here to hopefully cover a light bill or to cover the rest of their rent money.
Okay. So, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. A lot of these guys are marketers. I get that, but I'm just using it as an example to say, but you're putting the energy out there about how you don't like the fight. You assume a lot of egos involved. They thinking they can really affect stuff, whether they can or can't. You're putting the energy out there that you don't like the fight, right? So I'm trying to think of another sport, the NFL or the MLB or the NBA, that roots against itself like that. I don't understand the concept. Now, all those guys that Tank went and interviewed with and did an interview with, you would never, you can have criticism of a fight, but when it's time to promote a fight, promote the fight if you're a boxing channel. Because we can debate about styles, who you think gonna win. There's still a lot of debates to be made about the fight. But to say I'm a boxing channel and I'm not gonna help promote one of the biggest fights in boxing, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand where you're going with this. What are you doing? You trying to get hired by one company? Is that what the thing is? Because one thing about showbiz, he will talk on both sides. See, he create controversy. He talk on both sides. He's not glued to one side.
What happened was the channels you're talking about, they were Arrow channels, and when Arrow got beat, they flipped. Now they hate Crawford.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, and you're right. It is. Y'all figured it out.
I just want Too Rich to understand that the what did it say? The jig is up. People have figured out that you're Roy Jones Jr. and that they're saying you might as well just open the camera up and stop hiding behind that damn insignia. Everybody knows you're Roy Jones at this point, bro. Just want you to know that. My bad, Chuck.
Oh yeah, I wish I was.
Go ahead, Shelton.
No, what I was saying, bro, was that what happened was a lot of those channels you're talking about that are crashing down and talking bad about this fight were channels that supported a certain fighter. And they put all their eggs in one basket behind that fighter. And when he got mollywopped, now, no matter what Crawford does, they're going to find a way to hate him because they're still upset about their guy getting mollywopped. They haven't let it go. When it's a boxing match, that's all it is. One guy won, the other guy lost. Move on.
And Clay will tell you in a heartbeat, I root for Spence, and I was definitely on board with Spence. I thought it was a close fight. I definitely thought it was closer to a 50-50 fight. And I thought Spence was going to win that fight. But you know what? When he lost, he lost. You know what I mean? There was no oh, he got beat because his ribs was broken. And I did say I think he had them Mike Tyson pills before the fight because he definitely looked crazy. But at the same time, even if he did, that's his fault, right? Clay made a great point. Nobody stopped him from climbing in the ring. What's up, Rick Timms? Nobody stopped him from climbing in that ring. If he didn't feel right to fight, he shouldn't have gotten in the ring. That's why they got postponed.
Don't sign the contract. Right. If you ain't ready, don't sign the contract.
And I gotta respect that. So you know what I mean? The best man won that night. It is what it is, and it moves forward. Now they're mad at the fact that he didn't mention him, and I think it was out of respect he didn't mention Earl as his most competitive fighter, and everybody mad about it. Like, oh, he's your biggest fight, blah, blah. I'm like, yo, listen, man. First of all, let's keep it real. What point of that fight did Earl put up a fight against Bud? None. Bud
the press conference. He put up a fight at the press conference.
Right. At no point did he feel threatened by Bud. So I'm sorry, by Earl. So why should he mention him as one of his top fighters or top 4 fighters when, oh well, why didn't he mention Ndongo? Why didn't he mention this dude getting baller? Why didn't he mention, like, it doesn't matter. That's who he felt that was the best. Why is his opinion of who he fought gotta be a problem? And I'm glad you said that because now you can see the hatred and how it moves, right? And how it shifts. So even it just goes back and forth with this stuff, and it just gets a little crazy in my opinion.
Yeah. It does. And you know, just adding to what Rich said, because I think it's a great topic and maybe even deserves a show. I'll be honest with you, right? But the reality is that there's power for boxing, and you know the difference. You said earlier, you mentioned, I wrote it down here. You mentioned why we're not seeing this in football and basketball and baseball. And, you know, I mean, all the sports that don't get this, right? Why is boxing getting it? It's because football, basketball, and baseball have ESPN. They have another way to do it. So these channels can become fanboy channels. I promise you right now, if you look up Giants football or Jets football or Philadelphia Eagle, you'll get these channels. You're going to get the channels that talk about football in a toxic way. They talk about Philly over everybody, and they hate the other team, and they wish bad on the coaches and the owners of that team and the football players. They get real crazy. Like those channels, I've been in them. It's like, whoa, sometimes even more toxic than these channels. The difference is that boxing doesn't have those big platforms like ESPN and all those big platforms. So they really do. We need, in a perfect world, the YouTube space would acknowledge the power that we have to push boxing, and we'd be a little bit more responsible with the way we wield our perspectives. Yep. The reality is that we're just a bunch of money hungry hood boogers, you know what I'm saying, who are really just found a way to be culture vultures and to make money. Some of us come into the sport with love for the sport, and we thought we were going to do something, but then we started seeing the payout on being toxic and negative, and we got more caught up on that than helping the sport move forward. So we some of these content creators are boxing fans, but what they've realized is the hardcore boxing fans aren't shooting them super chats like the casuals are. So they've curved and moved their content into the direction of the fan base that they're serving, and I feel bad for them. There's some of them that I've looked at and I've said it to myself. I'm like, yeah, that guy knows boxing, but he's what's the word? He shrunk himself into that little box that the casual fan base can take, right? Like the casual fan base need little spoons. You know what I mean? You can't feed them big spoons. You got to take your time, and you don't want to go over their head because they'll get bored and they'll go follow the Diddy trial. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll go follow, you know what I mean, some reality.
Hey, you wrong for that. You wrong for that. Don't say that.
I'm sorry, my bad, right? But I'm just saying that they'll go to the drama. They'll find somewhere else to give them the entertainment that they're looking for, because you know who these guys are. They're on YouTube and they're looking at people get smacked in their mouths. They're looking at little YNs pointing guns at the camera and talking crazy. They're looking at, what they're looking at. They're instant gratification. You know what I mean? They're looking for dopamine rushes. They're looking for a fix that's going to be bigger than their last fix on the trauma and the drama of toxic talk. So they have to feed that to make the money they want to make, or they have to make a decision to draw a line in the sand and say, I'll just grow organically, even if it takes me multiple years, but I'll keep the integrity of the sport intact because I love the sport more than I love a $5 super chat. That's where we're at. And when you're going up in these spaces, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at that toxic energy that makes money on YouTube. I'm grateful Alhamdulillah, I make decent money outside of this. I have a decent living. I'm not selling my integrity away for a $5 super chat.
And that's the difference that you can see.
That's can get crazy up here. You might have to bring me back. You know what I'm saying? You might have to let me. I might get $5,000 super chat might have me acting funny. I hate to say that because I don't want to make it sound like my myself. But
look, that's the difference you can see.
I'd rather talk about
that's
boxing.
The difference you can see that you're not doing this because you need super chats, or you're not doing this because your light's about to get cut off. You're doing this because this is what you love to do in your downtime. Because this is what I say. For a person that's, I've seen channels that do this. Oh yeah, man, I'm making big money outside of here. I'm just doing this because I love these guys and I love y'all. Well, if that's the case, why are you on YouTube for 5 and 6 and 7 hours a day?
Right.
100%. Because if you actually have a life, you can't do this all day.
No, you're there for the money. Yeah, I mean, even me, like I'm on here going on 4 hours right now. I always cuss you guys at the end because you hold me here so long. But my wife's at work. My kid, you know what I'm saying? My kid is upstairs playing video games or on his way. You know, I don't know.
And it's tomorrow. The third. Everybody's off. It's the third. Right. Everybody's off.
I got nothing going on. I'm saying I'm a homebody. You know what I'm saying? But I love boxing like that. But the game plan was for this show to be an hour and a half. Every day, that's the game plan. It never ends up being that, right? Because I do love this sport and I speak on it that way. But from time to time, I got to move around and make things happen. And you might see me absent. But at the end of the day, it's definitely not to pay none of my bills, bro. It really just isn't. I don't know what the future holds. If one day one of these bigger platforms, if one day Turkey calls my phone somehow and says, "Listen, this will be the full-time thing," right? But at the end of the day, I still got to know
if he make it worth your while. If he makes it worth your while.
Hey, but look, check this out, Clay. Hey, it's just like, to me, the way I look at it, being that I'm not really making long form right now, I'm about to get into it, but I just ain't started yet. I got my intro done. I got everything done. But when I'm looking at YouTube, I'm like, okay, I get it. Y'all capping for Tank or whatever the case may be. But Tank ain't coming to the channel. You see what I mean? But Bill will, the Normans will, and y'all rather spend that time cooking them than building relationships. You see what I mean? With a boxing channel will build a relationship, but you so heavily capping for one fighter, you can't even see what you're doing. Sometimes it's the B-side guys that are gonna give you the interviews and give you the time you could build your channel. You see what I mean? But they rather cook them and act like they really doing. I like you say, maybe it's for the super chat. I don't know. That's weird to me though. It's weird.
Definitely put
no, it's weird because it's hard to wrap your mind around it, because you would like to think that you know, a McDonald's meal wouldn't get you to pull your drawers down, right? You would think that they'd be a little bit more high-end prostitution going on YouTube. But the reality is it's for a $5 super chat, bro. I promise you. It's for a $2 super chat, bro.
And the craziest part is,
and how much does YouTube take? And how much does YouTube take?
30%. Yeah, 30%. And it's crazy because on top of that, they sit there and tell everybody else out there that's doing it on the grind, and shout out to Here for Boxing with the super prep. We appreciate the fairness and you guys being gentlemen. That's why most of us come to this platform. Keep the videos coming. Pause. It's okay. You spell coming right, so we're not going to pause on that.
But we received the pause. We received.
Well, we got the pause.
We understand.
100%.
100%.
But to my point is, Clay, it's like we talk about how we work. We make a good living on our own. We don't, cry for super chats or whatever. And I appreciate it. And when it comes, right? But pause on that one. But when we do, hear the critics, what is it? Oh, they over there. Clay and Ray is signed to Turkey, and Bill is paying Clay and paying Blue and paying, like, yo, everybody's a paid channel, but yet you sit there doing videos begging the PBC to support you and your guys. Like, come on. Like, are we seriously doing that? Now, I'm not shouting anybody out particularly, that's it per se, but people have been out there in the world making allegations that we get paid by bigger entities, and that's why we're got different studios and sets and stuff like that. And it's crazy. Hard-earned money, man, and we do it because we like the sport.
Yeah, it is what it is, but that's shout out to Too Rich, man. That's a great question. It's something I bring up in private conversations between me and Ray, me and my Aki frequent when we talking. I've talked about it to Blue. I've talked about it to Nook. I've talked about it to anybody, to a lot of people. You know what I mean? That I talk to off the YouTube space, and yeah, bro, it's an easy question to answer. The why, not so easy. I think that gets deeper into cultural conditioning, right? that we have, that we can't get past. We can't think bigger than that. We have such a low ceiling of expectation that we'll sell our whole entire culture out for absolutely nothing. And also you got the ego, right? You got the validation of people who aren't making money on YouTube, but they really think when they're, this word cooking gets used so loosely on this content creation space that in a minute, you become the oracle of the illest thing that's ever been said, right? A lot of these guys are
creating narcissists.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are failed rappers and failed at something else,
basketball
and they're
players and
failed.
like that.
I was gonna say failed lawyers.
Hey, I heard that.
They never passed the bar, bro. They passed the bar.
A lot of these people
I heard that, right?
a lot of people are just people who didn't do well in what they actually supposed to be doing, and their skill set translates well into this space as far as being able to speak, and they're getting off the celebration that they're getting from people who don't know that, me myself, I think I'm an articulate person, but I didn't go to any school or anything that may. I went to high school and I didn't go to college or nothing like that. But I'm a reader, you know what I'm saying? And I guess I'm articulate for whatever reason, bro. My family, I don't know, right? But I didn't go to school, and my life wasn't going to be based off me being able to speak to feed my family. So a lot of these people failed in life, and they find their second life on YouTube where people celebrate them, where in their real lives nobody doesn't even know they're in the room when they're in the room.
Listen, man, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. I spaced out for a second, Clay. My bad.
Yeah, it is what it is. I didn't want to put it out like that, and I'm not throwing no shots.
I know.
I'm really not throwing no shots directly at
I'm really not throwing no shots. I just don't want y'all to get cooked, bro. I just don't want y'all to get cooked.
Whoa. We don't get cooked. We don't get cooked over here.
Yeah, exactly, Sheldon. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to get cooked. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that people come from different backgrounds, and if it isn't the money, it's some sort of validation that they're not getting
right
outside of this, and that's why you see them, choose to, be hateful, because when they get hateful, the celebration they get, the validation that they get from that community of people that are celebrating them from doing it, it becomes addictive. So even if they're not getting all the money, the celebration operates as fiat, right? Money without no value, but value to them.
Right, it is what it is. Harry Truman was my grandfather.
This is like the cheers of boxing, man. Everybody knows your name, man. And when you feel appreciated, it's like sometimes when you're talking to somebody who has an education in boxing, or just has a different perspective, and it's not just the usual talking points or just the stuff that you hear on all the different channels. They look at you like you don't know what you're talking about, or you're crazy, or you, like you said, you're a hater or something like that. And I'm just bringing a little reality to it, that boxing is at first it's the entertainment business. When you're an amateur, you have a goal, you have a dream in mind. But once you become a professional, now it's about making money. And I think the difference is in boxing and any other professional sports, if you're a professional basketball player, you actually got to be good. As a boxer, you can be a pro. You don't have to be good. You can be a terrible pro. There's no standard. You know what I'm saying? If you're in the NFL, you can play football. If you're a professional boxer, that doesn't necessarily mean you're good. That just means you're getting paid. And I think that's what the issue is. We bring a different perspective, and people don't understand where you're coming from, or maybe they do, they just don't want to hear it because they feel like you're attacking their favorite fighter, or you somehow, looking to the older fighters or the living in the past. What I guess is what they call it. Like, oh, you think all the old guys are better than the new guys? I said, no, it's just different. Just like the men are different. I mean, we were different. We got up, we cut grass, and we pushed riding along, we pushed mowers. We raked leaves. We took trash out. We cleaned gutters. We done stuff like that. We worked on cars. We done things. We didn't talk back to our parents. We didn't question our parents.
What
told
they
you do
say,
something,
Coach
you just
Eddie?
did it.
We're part of that generation. When we got thirsty, if we was outside, we didn't go inside to drink water. We got the hose.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So we might be a little slow in the head. You know, that water wasn't the cleanest water, you know what I'm saying? So maybe we're a little slow and we're a little out of touch, but that's the generation we from.
Well, it's just like you hear with this fight that's coming up, the biggest thing they say is, oh, Crawford just taking a fight because he won a check. Well, what professional boxer doesn't want a check?
But hold on. The counter to that question is, why do they like their favorite fighter? Because he don't need the belts, right? He just wants to pay that. He only want his money. So why is it different in this case?
Exactly. I mean, he's got all. He had the belt at 35. He had all the belts at 40. He had all the belts at 47. He had a belt at 54. It's not about belts anymore. I'm on my way out.
Right.
Now it's going to be about checks. Stack up as much as I can because I can't do this forever. And I don't understand why that's such a hard proposition for people to understand.
And I'm about to give you another jewel, right? And I'm not going to make this comparison like directly, but I'm saying when Michael Jordan was the best at the game, right? What did he do year to year? He signed 1 year contract and made himself the highest player every single year for the last 3 years of his contract. So why is it any different that if you're one of the great, you're the pound for pound great for the last 5 years, you know what I mean, aside from this year, but you're the pound for pound great and you're fighting in the face of boxing, why don't you want to check? Why don't you want to be paid like you should have been paid when you were pound for pound 3 or 4 years ago? When you had a guy in your stable that was saying they were saying he was pound for pound, and he already had a loss on his resume. He never even fought you. He didn't move up until you moved up, and then after you moved up, he moved up again. So he was never in the same division as you, but yet you were the pound for pound king, and you were dominating round by round, knockout by knockouts. Why wouldn't you want the paycheck? Why wouldn't you want that money? I ain't mad at him.
Yeah. Guys, we're at 4 hours and 16 minutes. I do got things to do
we got to keep going. No,
you know what I mean? I appreciate all you guys being up here, man. Boxing Talk was great. We're heading into this weekend. Guys, if you're looking for a fight to watch this weekend, I would put my eyes on the Harlem Eubanks and Jack Catterall fight. I think that fight's going to be a good fight. It's a UK fight, so I'm not too sure the time schedule. Pretty sure it'll be coming on earlier rather than later. Way earlier probably, but that's gonna be a great fight. We'll definitely talk about it next week. If you don't get a chance to watch it, we'll get y'all up to speed to that. But even more so excited about the following weeks of boxing we got coming up. Next week is a big weekend. We got Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor on Friday on Netflix. Shout out to Netflix for showing some interest in boxing. I'm expecting great things to come from Netflix when it comes to boxing. On Saturday, we have Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz. We've got Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda. We got Sabril Matias and Alberto Puello. We've got David Morrell versus Imam Katiev. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And then, the rest of the month is going to be crazy because July 19th is the following week. And we've got Daniel Dubois and Alexander Usyk. We've got Bam Rodriguez. We've got Manny Pacquiao fighting against Mario Barrios. We've got Sebastian Fedor fighting against Tim Tszyu. I mean, it's nonstop action on July 19th. So we tapped in. For the next month and a half, we got a lot of boxing to watch and obviously a lot of boxing to talk about. Appreciate all you guys.
And just one more thing about something. So being that it's the start of the women's card, we definitely got to shout out the former WBC champion of the featherweight division, Sky Lopez, also making a return to the ring against Carlos Campos. What's her name? Gonzalez. Making her return on that matchup on that card with the Eubanks in England. So she's fighting in a way fight. And hey man, let's see her get back on her points. And I always thought she was a good fighter, man. I thought she had that very slick Mickey Mouse. With a Tom and Jerry role, man. She don't get hit. She move around and hit and don't get hit. But hopefully she get in there and she do her thing. Hey, Joe Biden's in the chat, y'all. Clap for him. Let's give him a round of applause, Clay.
Does he know we're clapping for him if we do? I don't know. Hey, also want to shout out you guys, man. The chat. Thank you for being loyal and sticking by us. The channel's growing slowly, but it's surely growing to where it's supposed to be. I think we're an acquired taste channel, so I don't take it too personal when we don't have the big chat. I appreciate the quality though of people in the chat who are here to celebrate boxing. I definitely 100% appreciate the quality of the panels that come up here and build with us on a daily basis, man. Salute to all you guys.
Yes, sir.
I'll leave space for you guys to leave any final words. If Too Rich, if you want to say anything, Coach Eddie.
Appreciate you letting me come up, Clay and Ray and panel. I did want to remind you, I picked Schofield to knock out Tevin Farmer. Yeah, so that was a good win for Schofield, man. But yeah, man, great show, man. Appreciate you letting me come up, man. When you coming back live?
It'll be Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably Tuesday night, to be honest with you. I think I'm thinking about going Tuesday night and Wednesday morning and Thursday morning, because Tuesday I think I'm going to be doing some job. I think they want me to be there on Tuesdays or something. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but worst case scenario it'll be Tuesday night. I'll put out the thumbnail in due time so everybody can see it, and then Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay. If you got any videos out there, I'll probably be in the comments somewhere.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate, like, I was quiet today. I just enjoy listening to you guys' perspective, man. Sometimes it's cool just to sit back and just listen, man, and sit back and just listen to what you guys saying, your intellect, your perspectives, and all that stuff, man. And it was refreshing, man, just to come back and just chill and just hang out, man. Sometimes I don't even have to be a part of the conversation. Just kind of be like a fly on the wall, man, and you learn things like that, man. So I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all stay up and blessings.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Salute.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on, man. Great show. I've subbed to the channel. I will be back. It's great to come somewhere where everybody's not getting called out their name and you a bitch and you a hater, and you can actually have a conversation about the sport and not about who's the most famous boxer, because that doesn't matter.
Right. Yes, sir.
But thanks, man. Y'all have a great day. Have a great holiday. And Tuesday, I'll be checking for you guys Tuesday.
Okay,
Salute.
thank you.
Salute. OG. Thank you for coming up. Yeah, man. Another one in the bag, Ray. 4 hours. I'm trying to get a hold of this and control of this for it to stop doing this, but I don't got nothing else going on, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm one of those guys that Shelton was talking about. I ain't got nothing else to do, so I'm on here all day long.
Listen,
nah, but
look, I lose sleep over. Thank goodness I'm off tonight, right? I was gonna go on for some overtime, but I'm like, shit, I'm enjoying this. I get to sleep tonight, but you know what? I'm chilling, man. I'm glad some of the people came over from the other groups, you know what I mean, and shouted out in the chat earlier. I was like, man, I wish I could get up on the panel, but I couldn't. It is what it is. But respect to everybody in the space, man. Like I said, no matter what angle you come from or what you do, it's all respect there. You know what I mean? Right. The disrespect that comes from other people, that's on y'all. That's how y'all feel, and this backstabbings and all that, man, and lies and propaganda. Hey, push what you got to push, man. If it helps you grow, salute to you. You know what I mean? If you got to use me or Clay or anybody else in that space to kind of promote yourselves, go for it. You know what? Just make sure you know why you got those 10 more subs, and you're sending subs our way as well. So keep on pushing, man. We appreciate it. And I mean, don't let it be hate. Just let it be love, bro. This is all boxing. That's all it is. Boxing talk and all about boxing.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the building, man. Once again, it's that ATP Combat Media Show. We appreciate you guys. Remember to hit the like, subscribe if you haven't taken a chance to go ahead and do that. And until the next one, at this point, we out.
We out.